It's a Thursday. It's Thursday, right?
Oh, it's Thursday, buddy.
Thursday morning, the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
53 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 60s. Looks like it's going to be cloudy. I don't know what rain. It was supposed to rain, but it doesn't look like it's going to rain now. I don't know.
I don't know.
Washout yesterday, man.
Oh, yeah.
Puddles everywhere. Was going to go try play tennis with my youngest one. Didn't happen.
Look at you, man, hitting the courts.
Not my choice. My youngest one, I think her friend. So next year she's in 7th grade, so she can start playing sports for school.
Yeah.
So she's doing tennis?
Well, I think her friend plays tennis and is going to play tennis, and she wants to play tennis with her friend.
Okay.
Fun for a kid.
Not my world. Well, no, I'm happy that she, wants to have an activity, but now
Is this the first Duffy that's ever played tennis?
I will tell you this story. Organized, yes. When I was a kid.
Not goofing around on a tennis court.
Well, no, when I was a kid, I had a buddy that played tennis.
Okay.
Are you ready for the grossest story? I'm sorry if you're eating breakfast that we're going to start
How
the
does the
morning.
tennis story
I
get
know.
gross?
All right, so
I'm nervous.
I was in middle school.
Yeah.
And my buddy played tennis, and it was like a Saturday. We had nothing to do, so me and 3 other buddies like, let's go to the Gates Schuyler High School. The courts there, we'll play tennis. I go, okay, great. So he's got an extra court. So, no, we were in high school because he had a driver's license. So we're driving over. My buddy had this conversion van, and as we're getting to the high school, I realized I got to take a dump.
Okay.
Unfortunately, no bathrooms open on a Saturday at the campus there. And I'm like, bro, I got to take a dump. We got to stop. He's like, no, we're going to play tennis. We're going to play tennis.
All right.
All right. So I'm trying to hold my dump in. All right?
Okay.
So we're playing tennis for a little while. And
Wait, so you've held it in that long?
yeah, so
You're on the court now.
we started playing tennis. And I realize I got to take a dump. Now, if you're familiar with the area around Gates Schuyler High School, the closest toilet is a Subway a mile away from where I am.
Well, you ain't doing
There's
that.
no way I'm going to make it. And my buddy's being dicks. Like, no, we're not good drivers. So it's now threat level midnight.
All right.
It's like that. It's like giving birth in a parking lot, right? Like it's coming.
All right.
It's just a matter of where it's going to happen.
So what happened?
So I run to the school. I'm looking to find any door open. Nothing. I run to like the football stadium that was over there. Nothing. So
Find some there's no. I guess there's really no woods around there either.
No, it's the highway.
Yeah,
So like
you're
I've been
right.
taking
It's
a dump on the
surrounded
highway.
by houses and people.
So luckily, we're the only people like within there's nobody else there.
Yeah.
So there's a garbage can next to the tennis court.
Oh.
It's my only option other than taking a dump in my pants.
So you're going to squat over the garbage.
But isn't it kind of high up? Like
Yeah, look,
I mean,
You're a big kid.
one of those, outdoor garbage cans. I'd imagine it's pretty tall.
It was a Rubbermaid open top.
Okay.
And I tilted it.
All right, good,
all
good
right,
move.
all right.
Kimmy, look, I'm with you.
All right.
It's not something I want to do,
Yeah,
but it's my
all right,
only
yeah.
option.
You still got to
That
clean
or your
yourself, but
pants.
go on.
Okay, so I take a dump in this garbage can, and my buddies. Thank God it's before cell phone cameras. Right?
Yeah,
Like, but
seriously.
they're howling. They're on the ground.
How can you not, man?
But I'm starting to get pissed because, like, look, I told you.
You did this.
No, you did. Like, I was like, look, I told you 30 minutes ago, look, I got to take a dump. No, fine. Please take me somewhere. No. They're falling down laughing. So I take a dump in this garbage can, right?
Yeah.
And I use my underpants.
What else can you do?
It's what we got to do.
Right, so you throw the trowel in.
Yep. And I leave it there. So
Thank God you left it there.
well, I'm just saying, like, yes. So nobody's around. I go, hey, we should probably leave because I just took a dump in that garbage can. Not good.
Yeah,
Now, keep in mind, I don't go to this high school.
yeah.
I'm in Aquinas, so I figure perfect crime. We finish playing. We get in the car. My buddies drop me off. I walk through the front door. My dad's standing there.
Wait,
He's standing there. He's pissed. He's got this look on his face. He goes, what did you do?
news got back that fast?
Bro, in a matter of 20 minutes.
I mean, well, there's probably maybe some security at the school.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Apparently, the security guards that were working at Gates Schuyler High School,
Yeah.
who knew my dad personally, saw me on camera taking a dump into the
Oh,
garbage
so you
can.
were on the security.
I
Oh,
am
God, where's that footage?
Somewhere in the
Not
world.
that I want to see it, but
Floating
somebody
around.
at some point saw that.
A 15, 16-year-old me taking a dump in the garbage can exists on film.
Oh,
they
my
called my dad before I got home from the campus of Gates Schuyler High School.
kind of dicks, man. You got.
I mean, it's not like you,
we're
took a dump on the
vandalizing.
front
something.
step or something. Like I mean, you did put it in the garbage.
Every man has had that moment where there's nothing you can do. Nothing you could do. This has to come out of it.
Okay, but you also have to understand what they're seeing with no sound on that camera. I don't blame the guy.
Yeah.
Right? They see
Thinking you did it on purpose.
Yes, 3 kids falling down laughing on a tennis court while I'm taking a dump in a tilted
But
over
every guy
Rubbermaid
could
garbage
have
can.
wrapped their head around that. So what'd your old man say?
He was pissed. He was out, and he wasn't pissed that I took a dump in a
He was
garbage
embarrassed.
can. Yes, he was pissed that I embarrassed him in front of his friends or people that he knew. So yeah, and I don't even think I was in trouble. He just yelled at me. My dad
Because your
wasn't.
old man's done it. Every guy's done it.
No, my dad wasn't big on like grounding. My dad just liked to be like, and then I just go back. Grades are bad. Okay, I'll see you later. Good luck. So yeah, Duffy has played tennis.
Okay, all right. So now you're hitting the course with your daughter.
Yeah. Do you look at? Well, I haven't yet. That was going to be the first day. But do you see tennis as like an upper crusty sport anymore?
Oh yeah,
You do.
It's always been. If you think about it, it's always been that kind of sport. Golf kind of became more like regular people could play golf. Like guys could go. I don't see that in tennis.
I don't know, Kimmy. Like every time I drive by a park with the public
I was
courts,
gonna say, I think just that every high school has a tennis team. I mean, I just think that
It doesn't stick, though.
I don't.
What do you mean?
Like golf will stick. Like guys will continue to
Like
play
forever.
golf.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
once you pick up a set of sticks young in life, you tend to stay a golfer.
But I guess you can stay a golfer. I mean, tennis is a pretty. I mean, it's a tough sport if you're really playing. You know what I mean?
And I don't know many people that play tennis.
I mean, I don't either, but it's not of my world.
But I
you
know
would also have
golfers.
to find somebody to play.
Right.
I don't know.
And it's physical. I mean, there's a lot of running around
Yeah.
as you get old. Golf, you can slack ass and play.
No, but you look at how popular pickleball has become.
True.
Maybe
but
there's your tennis.
that's
then.
almost like a.
There's your tennis. Sounds like a Canadian comedy show. There's your tennis. Oh, Gordy's out there playing into pickleball. There's your tennis.
But I guess maybe it's a little less running around a smaller court.
But
I don't know.
But to me, it always screams country club.
No, I'm with you, but see, golf was that way too. Like squash kind of disappeared. People don't still play squash, do they?
No, it's like my dad's generation.
I feel like when they started building tennis courts in public parks, that's when like the stigma of this is a rich kid sport went away.
Okay.
I never looked like my buddy who played tennis. He wasn't a rich kid. He just wanted a sport to play when he wasn't playing other sports.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
everyone I've ever known that played tennis was doing it outside of hockey or football season.
Yeah, just to stay in shape, give them something to do.
And like they were, and like I mean this with all due respect, because my daughter may play tennis for the rest of her high school career, right? But it was like when I was a kid, if you played tennis, it was one of those things where you didn't put it on your Letterman's jacket. Like it was like football, baseball.
Well, yeah,
I play
it's
tennis, but we're not putting it on there.
It's a soft sport.
But you're still, I mean, it's still a high school sport.
Yeah, and you are running around, to your point.
It's not easy.
No.
Like, the buddy I was talking about, he was a pretty good tennis player, I think. He was way better than any of us were.
Yeah.
I hated it. I told you, my first wife, she got us involved in this tennis
Had you
league.
played tennis before?
Yeah, as a kid, but it was always like
Rich kid from South Florida.
But it
Did
was
you
like-
play tennis before Worthington?
I didn't know if you did any physical activity.
Yeah, but like then I hated it, man. I just hated those people. They were just a bunch of South Florida asses. And one guy was from Boston,
Okay.
fat, Boston Red Sox. You know the type. And he thought he was like cool. It was the worst.
Well, as you talk about the sports that were bigger in popularity back in the day, right? So golf would be one of them. Squash would be one of them.
Racquetball was huge for a while.
That one, and tennis and bowling.
Yeah.
If you had the choice to be right now in a tennis league or a bowling league, which one would you choose?
Bowl.
You would take bowling?
Yeah, I can drink. These people smoke. They're out of
You
shape.
can't smoke in a bowling alley.
No, but you
anymore.
can go outside and smoke in between.
You could smoke actually on the tennis court while you play tennis.
True. Probably not because you'll get narked on. I would say bowling.
Okay.
It's more, you could drink.
Yeah.
It's an alcoholics game.
Yeah.
Would you rather bowl or play tennis?
Bowl. I stink at tennis.
But you're a good bowler?
I'm not a good bowler, but you don't really have to be good at bowling to enjoy it.
Well, if you're in a bowling
like
league,
tennis,
there's
like
gonna
if
be-
I can't, I mean tennis. If you're not good at it, you literally can't even get the game going. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like it's we signed my daughter up for like these community group tennis lessons, right? Just so she understood like the rules and things, so she wasn't showing up the first day and like, and my daughter's already a better hockey player than I am. My oldest, she plays hockey. It's gonna be 3
not long.
weeks,
Not
before
long.
my because I know nothing about tennis.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. She's going to also want to watch tennis.
I can
Just
do
to say, like, you watch the Sabres with your daughter.
Yeah.
That's hockey.
Yeah, tennis is tough.
Watching tennis is brutal.
I can handle watching
No,
tennis.
you can't.
I think I can.
The only time I'll watch it is when the Pagula kid is playing.
Okay.
And even then, I've got about 5 minutes.
You even call her the Pagula kid.
Yeah. Jessica?
Oh, look at you.
No, it's actually, I wish you wouldn't have known that because now I'm creeped out that you know her name.
No, because she's in that Netflix series.
Jessica. Gives you a little pop.
Yeah, it's brutal.
No, like, because I used to, so my uncle and aunt, whenever they'd come to visit, they were big tennis people, and they would just have tennis on because they would, come and stay with us. Tennis on like 24/7, and I remember as a kid being like, "Well, there goes the TV for 2 days."
And tennis is on
Straight
constantly because
is.
they play it all over the world.
You're right. There was always tennis on television.
Live from Singapore.
We talking about the Bangkok Open?
Oh, yeah.
Is Bangkok?
No,
No,
I think it's close.
Okay. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We started talking about tennis after I took a dump in a garbage can, and I will say this.
What?
Like my wife, being a doctor, I get put in situations all the time of people that are way upper crusty.
Yeah.
Right. I have nothing in common with those people. There are no hobbies that I have that are of a higher class. Part of me, if my daughter plays tennis and wants to watch tennis, is excited because I assume those people also watch tennis, so I could bring up tennis.
Okay.
I could be like, oh, did you see the match between Fligalagoo and Baba Baba?
That Barcelona Open was
Exactly.
quite a row, huh?
I mean, you know how uncomfortable it is because your wife also has a group of upper crusty friends.
Oh, yeah.
When you're just standing there like that clown they used to fill helium balloons with at the.
All I have with those people are times my father wrecked the boat drunk.
See, I have that. I don't have that. It's just the times my father left the boat on the side of the house for 15 years, right? So, I've never been able to engage in conversation. Not that I ever wanted to, but I feel like this would be like a curveball.
Yeah.
Guess what? I kind of know stuff. You know too. Tennis.
Yes.
Ka-cha. Although I don't want to get to my biggest fear would be my wife seeing my daughter and I playing tennis, wanting to jump in, and now my wife and I are playing
Yeah,
tennis.
she could
it's
play
a perfect
too. Yeah.
it's a perfect couples sport if you want to get into an argument.
Well,
That also sucks.
I mean, it could be more your daughter wants to play with your wife rather than you.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that too. No, but I know my wife. If my daughter and I start playing tennis, she loops in there too. She's playing tennis with my daughter. There will be a point, like Tommy said, where she wants to join a town tennis couples league.
Yeah.
And I'm not worried about my wife.
Yeah.
I know how competitive I get on things.
Yeah.
And my fear would be you're not taking it seriously enough. If we're going to do this, we're going to do this.
Okay.
One step away from pickleball.
I don't even know anymore, Kim. I look in the mirror. I don't recognize myself. Glasses. What happened?
I don't know.
Suburban house. I used to be something.
Yeah. You used to be a ball, man.
Right? Remember when we were fun? And I love how you're talking
I know,
you're still
I know.
fun and cool. Well, I go to bed at 8 o'clock, and then I get up at 7, and I go out and I weed my yard. Remember when you were cool, man? And I have a breakfast of fennel, and I put on 3 separate news stations, so I have different news in every room.
I like a different perspective.
All right, we have a dynamite. Who's for tennis?
Yeah.
It comes on at 8. Got a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
I think we already started bitching it out.
That's right. It's Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And an interesting situation with a Facebook post that was shared with us by one of our listeners. Yeah. And the Facebook post involves a 20-something-year-old kid. I think he's 22. And a story he tells about traveling hours just for an opportunity to meet a woman.
Oh.
And where that went from there.
Yeah.
What's interesting is, for some reason, this kid locally, people started sharing this because they thought it was funny. And a bunch of old men started crushing him, saying that he was a bitch for traveling that far just for the opportunity at sex. But Tommy, whether you're 20, whether you're 50, the things men will do for sex is sad and pathetic.
Yeah.
And I think there's an argument to be made that at 50 years old, you'd be willing to travel further for sex than any 20-year-old kid would.
Yeah, you got the means.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
RG&E has not had a good 24 months.
Yeah, it's been a little rough.
PR-wise, they have taken a beating. So much so that there were people in talking to elected officials about giving us another option other than RG&E.
Yeah.
And we'll touch on that story real quick in a second. But RG&E, they understand that they don't look good.
Yeah, they feel our pain.
Yes, and they're trying to do something to make it better.
Oh, great.
So the good news is...
Good news.
Your bill for RG&E this week is going to look a little bit different.
Nice.
The bad news, however,
Yeah.
well, we'll tell you next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Exciting news, Tommy.
What happened?
Well, your gas and electric bill can be expensive.
Oh, it's terrible.
And plenty of people in the greater Rochester area have had massive issues with their bills.
Oh, yeah.
So something had to be done.
What happened?
That solution? A gift to you.
Nice.
From the folks who charge you for all your energy. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, two things are going to happen here.
Okay.
Either we are going to figure out that submarine sandwiches are hands down the most popular food consumed in the greater Rochester area.
Your typical sub.
Yep. That's going to happen. Or multiple of these kinds of businesses are about to go belly up.
Oh.
Because another one of these franchises is moving into the greater Rochester area.
How?
We'll explain. Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, you know, RG&E has been taking a public relations beating the last 3 years, right? People claim they were being charged outrageous amounts on their bills, only to call, have it taken care of, and then get a bill the next month for even more money.
Yes.
There was that debacle of a program they ran where they offered folks cash to recycle their appliances, only to never show up to get them in some cases. There was one woman who had her fridge taken. They gave her a check for $75. That check bounced. They then shut down the program without telling anybody while people still had scheduled pickups for their stuff that they could have dropped off at like Best Buy or had it taken away and never did. And those are just a couple of the issues. It's gotten so bad.
How bad is it?
Tommy, there's been a push the last couple of months to have another energy company be allowed to move in to compete against RG&E.
Okay.
In fact, it showed up with our elected officials 2 weeks ago in the city, which, by the way, voted it down.
Oh.
People look at RG&E as monsters.
Yeah.
And RG&E knows they have to do something about it. Their hearts are not made of stone.
No, they're a nice corporation.
So they're stepping up.
What are they going to do?
Many people are going to notice a discount on their next RG&E bill.
Who don't love
discount?
a discount?
That's right.
How do you even know you're getting a discount?
50% off, maybe.
It's possible.
Unless they tell you.
Well,
I would just think like, oh, we didn't use that much energy this month.
Oh, no, I have the exact amount you're going to get.
Okay.
RG&E says they are doing this to, and I quote, address energy affordability because it can get expensive.
So they're going to give me a break.
That's right.
All right.
So on Wednesday,
Yeah.
RG&E customers are going to get a discount of $18.40 on their electric and $11.26 on their gas.
That's just for the month?
That's for the month.
And then that's it.
It's a one-time discount.
$18.
No, $18 and $11.
Okay.
Almost 30.
Almost about $30
For the year.
No, not for forever. That's a one-time discount.
Wait, that's it?
That's
Forever?
according to the
I don't-
story.
doesn't- yeah.
That should clear it up.
That
I
is-
mean, I think that's going to turn the city around.
Okay, are they serious with this?
I mean,
man?
yeah, like at that point, like what's the point,
Right?
right?
What are
Like, why even bother?
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to make anybody feel better.
So what is that, 3 showers?
Well, yeah, for you because you take long-ass, super hot showers. No, like I mean,
What an insult, man.
I don't know what the average energy bill is in the greater Rochester area. Actually, could you look that up? Could you see if we can
Yeah,
find
I
that,
mean,
the
that's-
average RG&E bill?
I'm going to guess per month, $1.50 to $200 for the average house.
I think that's fair.
All right.
I think that's fair. And $30 off a...
One-time discount.
Well, I'm saying $30 off your bill every month would be significant.
Oh, yeah.
That would be a significant savings. $30 forever, you're right, is a slap in the face.
So how did Fairport, because they had their own
Fairport
company,
Electric, yeah.
how did that happen? Like they just, because why wouldn't every,
Town.
because they say it's way cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the benefits of moving to Fairport, that and the government-subsidized porches.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. 252 WCMF, if you live in Fairport, how did that happen?
Because that's an amazing, I've never heard of that before.
By the way, the average energy bill is about $175 per month
you
for
nailed it.
Rochester.
Okay.
Yeah.
Attaboy. All right, so, well, now it'll be about $145 one time.
One little time.
One time. But, like, here's what I don't get.
What's that?
Because, like we said, RG&E's been taking a beating,
Yeah.
right? Public relations-wise. You had to see that when you told everybody they were getting a $30 one-time discount, that the reaction wasn't going to be, oh, thank you.
Yes.
The reaction was going to be, you got to be kidding me. You got to be
Well,
kidding
and
me.
especially if you're somebody that's been trying to fight off like one of those outstanding bills for months, you know.
Absolutely.
Like, that would just really piss me off.
Like, they somehow, in giving this discount, made it worse,
Yeah.
right? Like, you got to be kidding me. And here's the thing.
What?
With this $18.40 and $11.26 discount on gas and electric coming from RG&E, there will be open-minded people who might even be listening right now who are saying, hey,
what's that?
This company is foregoing profits, and $30 times all the RG&E users, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And that person would be right if this was their money.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Whose money is it?
The story on 13 Wham says RG&E is using state funding to give people this break on their bill.
So it's the state. I'm just getting some of my own money back.
Yes, if you want to get super technical, RG&E is using our money to give us a break on our gas and electric one time. That's a thing that's happening.
What a scam.
I just, what? Who's running RG&E, man?
But they're doing it right because they're hosing everybody.
Why? But it's at the point where people are standing in government buildings demanding a choice in their gas and electric.
And they voted that down?
Well,
it's the council or something?
Bro, there is a ton of complicated stuff that we wouldn't even have time to get into today.
I also feel bad because I can't imagine the people that work in customer service for RG&E, what they've been dealing with the last year or so.
Yeah.
I feel like this could pose another problem if, God forbid, somebody doesn't get that discount or feels like, you know what I mean? You just added another complicated situation potentially if that discount doesn't go through. To
your point, we've seen this happen with other programs they've been running. We just talked about
now that everybody's expecting to get it, they're going to be looking for it, and I don't know how smoothly it's going to go.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. In an effort, it seems, to help their public relations issues, RG&E will be giving, it seems, most customers a discount of $18.40 on their electric bill, $11.26 on their gas bill. It is a one-time discount. One time. And they're using state money to give us this discount. Let's talk to Bruce. He's on CMF. Hey, Bruce. How are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing?
Good, Bruce. What do you got?
So for Rochester gas and extortion...
if you laugh at your own joke, it wasn't a great joke, Bruce.
Yeah.
What you were saying, I'm sorry.
That $30 is a slap in the face.
So you don't look at this as a thank you. You look at this as a you got to be kidding me.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Maybe you're spending too much. Maybe you're spending so much because you're not getting your gas and electric from RG&E. You're getting it from Rochester Gas and Extortion. Have you looked into that, Bruce?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
But now Fairport, their deal is they get their electric through Niagara Mohawk.
Okay.
Not through Rochester Gas and Electric.
So they just got a really, really, really long pipe? How does that work?
No, they got the electric lines that run through.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because it's not Fairport Gas. It's Fairport Electric. Okay. All right. Well, Bruce, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Here's what I don't get. It's always here's what I don't get about all of these arguments. Because it's always regular people like you and I, we're, pissed off at the electric bill, right?
Don't even get me started about the water department.
But how come these big corporations that also have to pay these enormous electric bills, why don't they scream about it? Because that's how it would happen.
That's a good question.
Right? Like Wegmans and Strong and all these places that really suck up energy. Why don't they get pissed off and lower it? Because then we would all get lower bills.
That's a good question. Unless there's some backdoor deal kickback going on.
You say that, but I'm
kidding you, idiot. Don't go down a conspiracy.
I'm not going down conspiracy, but why? Because they're always trying to hold their bottom lines even harder than we are.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Hey, Kimmy, did you know Financial Tommy was making an appeance this morning?
It's a little early. It's a little early.
Buy on the dip. Buy on the dip.
These rich asses should get pissed.
These rich asses should get pissed.
Goddamn swimming pool. Got outdoor tennis court with lit.
With lit.
Your kid don't even use it.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
I heard Ben call earlier in the week and give us updates about his first time trying wine. So I'll give you my updates about RG&E.
Okay.
I bought my house in 22. I didn't have an RG&E bill for 16 months. I read my meter every month, called them every month, emailed them. I said, hey, you guys haven't sent me a bill? I'm doing my thing. What's going on? So at the end of 17 months, they send me a bill for $2,100. And I said, yeah, tough. I called the AG. AG got it figured out. They're like, all right, because they passed a law where you can't back bill for so long. 2 months later, they send me another bill, $2,100. They're like, well, you owe it, tough. I was like, well, we already went through this. Put me on a payment plan. I hear this story yesterday about the credit, and I go in to log into my RG&E, and all that back billing is wiped away, and I only owe 1 month now.
Hey.
But I'm not going to celebrate too early because I'm sure next month it's going to be back up to $2,300 again, and I'm going to be billed for my neighbor's RG&E as well.
Have you
I
thought
don't
about
understand how this company is so inept?
Have you thought about switching to Rochester Gas and Extortion? Maybe their rates would be better.
Yeah, well, I'm looking to run a long cable from Niagara Mohawk right to my house. I love when people don't even realize the jokes they're being told.
Hey, Jeremy, let me ask you a question. Maybe I don't know why. I don't know if Jeremy's smart. I just know he's smarter than us, right?
He does his research.
How is it possible that there isn't competition allowed for something like this? That seems un-American.
I don't know the real answer, but I think it's because what's the parent company? They're from Spain, I believe. I think
El Gaso. El Stigo de Gaso.
I'm glad you got there because yours is way better than mine.
El Gaso. That's great. I think they just come in and buy basically all the lines and all the all the utility and hardware in the area.
From Barcelona all the way to around the Kuwait. We provide the heat and the women.
Maybe that's why your bill's so high.
First you get the gas, then you get the extortion.
Jeremy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good
Going
rest
off
of
the rails.
Bye, buddy. Why does Jeremy laugh he laughs like what I imagine a baseball mascot would laugh like.
His mouth just opens.
No, you know what he sounds like? He sounds like a pelican looking for a fish. 252 WCMF. All right, we got customers upset. And look,
we're riled up.
And look, here's the thing, man. As much as RG&E has been doing things that people don't like, everybody hates the utilities, right?
Yeah.
We have to be fair. With this news that we're getting a one-time, essentially $30 discount on RG&E as a thank you, as they use state money to do it. Maybe we should hear from someone who works through RG&E.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk to Sam. He's on CMF. Hey, Sammy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so I actually know a guy who works for RG&E doing that whole new meter project, and he hears just horror stories from customers every day about, getting nightmarish bills and everything like that. So I can't imagine what they're going to say when, they get the word about this $18 discount.
Well, Kimmy, you brought up the customer service people. Sam, I feel the worst for the meter people because, again,
they're face-to-face.
Yes, you have RG&E printed across your chest.
Yeah.
How many people are going to think, like, that made me think that guy goes home and turns on the energy when they, big energy switch.
Maybe that's why they went to those automated ones now, so they don't have to come up and read it anymore.
They don't have to listen to people's complaints anymore.
Yeah.
They can just drive by and they'll yell out the window at them.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, Sam, enjoy your $30 this week, buddy.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, there goes Sam. All right, everybody on hold. I would love to bitch about the gas and electric, but we got to move on.
All right.
We do. Because, look, RG&E has found a way to make money. They're the only game in town.
Yeah.
Then comes the other types of businesses, folks that are clawing and fighting for any dime because there's so many of these types of things. And you do not have, I would argue, more types of this restaurant in Rochester than anything else.
Okay.
And we're getting even more.
So who's left?
That's just it. I'd never heard of this place before. But apparently they're a chain.
Are they from Spain?
Yes. El Sandwich. Because
El sub de sandwich distinto.
first you get the ham.
Then you get the bread. Then you get the women.
We're going to tell you which place is moving into Rochester. And either we love subs so much that it's the most popular food in Rochester, or some of these places are going to start going out of business.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next in the break room. Let's see you, Matt. Something's not right, Tommy.
What happened?
A city of our size can only support so many of the same types of business.
Yeah.
Yet this kind of restaurant, multiple franchises from all over America, keep showing up and opening multiple locations. If we're not there yet, if we have not maxed out on sandwich capacity, at what point are we getting there?
And what's your take different than anybody else's?
Preach, brother.
What is it?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Well, we're going to start bitching it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And a young man who did something desperate for sex was taking a lot of heat from some older men, which is strange because, Tommy, you'd think that the older you get as a man, the more you'd be willing to do for a chance to get laid. And we'll get into the whole thing just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. There is another sub-chain that is opening in the greater Rochester area.
Who's coming?
Yesterday, it was announced that Primo Hoagie will be opening a College Town location on May 15th.
I have never heard of Primo Hoagie. I've never seen a commercial.
Neither have I. Kimmy, you familiar with Primo Hoagie?
Nope.
Okay. So the franchise, which started in Philly, hence the Hoagie, will be opening 3 locations in the greater Rochester area over the next couple of months.
All right.
Man, get your so this like the hot steak sandwich.
So I don't know what their hook is. It just looks like a sub shop.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I mean, it just says Primo Hoagie and it's subs. There's nothing that seems unique about it. 252 WCMF. Has anybody had Primo Hoagie before?
But you know it's Primo. Stop shop.
It's right there on the sign.
Yeah.
It just says Italian specialty sandwiches.
Wow. That's different. They probably got some kind of crazy thing like a salami in there.
So Primo Hoagie joins a packed
Oh, my God.
sandwich scene in the greater Rochester area. As far as chains go,
Right.
we're talking Subway, Jimmy John's, Firehouse Subs, Jersey Mike's. You could throw Panera in there if you wanted
Yeah.
to. All of those restaurants have multiple locations across the greater Rochester area. Then come the big-time joints from Rochester known for just sandwiches. Your DeBellas, your Amels, your Pellegrinos, your Calabricellas, your Philly Stakeout, your Rubinos. I know I'm forgetting another dozen of them. Then you got Wegmans and Tops and all the other smaller grocery stores that make subs in store for my money. And I've said this multiple times. Honeyway Falls Marketplace, one of the best subs in the area. Go check it out.
And then there's like those little closeted ones you never think about.
Yep.
And they're all over the place.
And you're not even thinking, Tommy, of the pizza places that also make subs. Because every pizza place, it feels like, makes subs, and they do a great job. Then come the Italian bakeries that have subs on the menu on top of their bread and their pastries. There's at least a dozen of those in the greater Rochester area. No exaggeration. There may be 100 places
easy.
in the greater Rochester area where you can go and get a sub. How the hell does a business look at Rochester and go, you know what they need? More sandwich.
Give me a sandwich.
Is the sub the most popular food in the greater Rochester area?
It doesn't seem to be, but
Right.
it must be, though.
I guess, though, in terms of lunch, it has to be number one
You
for
think?
people.
Why?
Just an easy, like, stop in, grab what you want, get out kind of
Okay,
thing.
So here's the thing. You say that,
Yeah.
and you think that, but it's never that way. Because getting a sub
It does take a little time.
during the lunch rush?
But-
During a lunch rush?
Yeah, but a lot of
don't
them
know.
have it down to a science.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like
says
the
man,
Bellas-
you can tell this man has not bought a sub in 15 years.
It's been a few years.
Yeah, you shut your sub.
But I know sub people. And I think like DeBellas in those places, Wegmans definitely has it down
You
to where
kidding
that.
me?
Yeah, it's quick.
You can, no, it's not.
I mean, you had to
Kitty's
get
making a face. Kitty's
all right,
making a
it's
sub
not,
face.
all right, it's not as fast as like getting a burger through a drive-through. You're right.
Okay. The people, I will say this.
Yeah.
The people working at Wegmans, making the subs, they do a great job and they're working as hard as they
It
can.
only takes one person to order like 2 hot subs for that line to get backed up.
And I always end up behind that old lady, or like she's staring at, you know what, I think it.
They'll take like a whole order for people.
How
Yeah.
sweet are the sweet peppers? Are they hot and sweet?
It does blow my mind when somebody gets up there and doesn't know what they want yet. Come on, man. You came here for one reason.
And we've been standing in line for 5 minutes. You've been staring at the menu for 5 minutes.
What kind of bread do you have?
So in Pittsburgh, they literally have that DeBella's sub shop, right?
Well,
And then,
oh yeah.
basically it's a DeBella's,
Yeah.
but it's their sub shop.
Sure.
and then they have another sandwich shop.
Yeah, there's like the
right across from it, so you can get it from either end, whatever kind of sandwich you want.
What, you like your sandwich from either end?
Oh yeah, who doesn't?
No kidding.
Yeah,
I got
eat
this,
it up.
Well, seeing as how popular sub shops are in Rochester, I got this new business I'm trying out.
And what's it called?
It's called. Well, you didn't ask where it was.
Oh yeah, where is it?
It's in the men's room. It's kiosk.
Oh yeah,
It's called Uncle Pat's Got Your Sub from Either End. Close your eyes, bend over, full of sauce.
And it's so Wegmans when you go, because I told you there's one dude there. He's obviously from Scotland. He's got the thick Scottish accent, and it's so funny. Like he's making Italian sandwiches with that thick Scottish accent. It's you'd only get that at Wegmans.
Does he ever get upset if people are taking too long to order their sandwich?
Oh, you gotta move it along. I'm at the Mercer in a bakery. And I was thinking, like, did that guy move all the way over here just to make sandwiches?
No, he didn't move over here just to make sandwiches.
So how do you think so he's in Scotland,
Yeah.
right? And then he comes here to make sandwiches.
Uh-huh. It's possible he came here to study. It's possible he fell in love with someone and met and moved here with them. It's possible his family moved when he was younger. And
Do you think he was in Scotland maybe and he stood up at the pub one night and he goes, I got news for all of you. I'm moving to the States. I'm going to be making sandwiches. I'm going to end up being a millionaire. Be banging Beyonce before you know it.
What the hell is
And I'll be
wrong?
laughing at all the likes of you.
What is wrong
It took
with
a
you?
turn.
And he got on the boat. He left. He waved to everybody. Got the apron on.
I didn't know Jay-Z was Scottish. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about Primo Hoagie. They are a Philadelphia area sandwich franchise. They are opening a location in Collegetown, their first one in Rochester on May 15th. They say they'll be opening three locations across the greater Rochester area over the next few months, but they join at least half a dozen franchises, at least 30 actual sub shops, all of the pizza places, Wegmans, Tops, the little grocery stores, all the Italian bakeries that make subs in Rochester. There have to be, in the greater Rochester area, 100 places to get a sub sandwich if you want it, and they decided we needed 3 more.
Yes.
The weird thing about the franchises specifically, your Subways, your Jimmy John's, your Firehouse, your Primo subs, they're not all that different from each other.
They're all the same. And here's the one thing I don't get. Why would you ever make a sub at home? Like they say you those sub
People
rolls.
make subs at home.
They always say there's sub rolls, and
Yeah.
it's cheaper to get theirs because by the time you buy all that stuff, I'm thinking it's more expensive to make a sub at your house.
I don't know a lot of people that make homemade subs.
But they sell the bread and everything.
Yeah, you're right.
I like homemade sub.
You do?
Why would
See,
you?
I mean, I get like making a sandwich at home, but like to make a
Make a
full
sub.
on,
So cut it in half.
like.
Then they
big
get
old
that
sub.
Scottish accent down right. It would be, I'm making it for only a lot of you. He ate your sandwich.
No, there's so I used to work at a place in the city where you
Oh,
could,
City Sub.
Yes.
Yeah.
They weren't a
sub.
sub place, but you could get like a
Yeah.
small hoagie, right?
Yeah. Right.
And I would make this like steak sandwich with like a bunch of unique stuff on it, and I can't get it anywhere else. So every once in a while, I'll do it at home. And
Like I would never be motivated to your
No.
point because I could just go out and get a quick sub.
No, you're right. It takes a while, but when I'm done, I'm happy with myself.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. But again, going back to the idea that all of these sub franchises are pretty much the same sandwich, like. McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, they're all burger places, but they also have very different types
yeah.
of food.
They all have like
Yeah,
their
yeah.
specialty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sauces, fries are
Yeah.
different. Everything's
Frosty.
Yeah, but if
Yeah.
you were to even do a blind taste test on burgers, I could tell you immediately which one's the McDonald's,
Oh,
which
yeah.
one's the Burger King, which one's the Wendy's. If you were to line up Subway, Jimmy John's, Jersey Mike's, Primo, I would not be able to tell you in a blind taste test which sub is which. I couldn't.
different. Yeah, you're right.
So then why do they all exist? And by the way, there's like 7 other sub franchises that are popular in the Northeast that we don't even have here.
Really?
Yes.
Well, Quiznos was here and they're gone.
They're gone. Quiznos is no longer here.
Right.
There isn't one anymore?
Nope, not in
Okay.
Rochester.
Thought there was
weren't
still
they
one
gonna
left.
open one up? That was like a story, and then it never
Possibly.
happened. Because I looked last night to see if Quiznos were still
Oh,
open.
okay. So they are all gone.
I mean, it didn't show up on Google, did it? Is there still a Quiznos here? 252 WCMF 252-9263. With Primo Hoagie moving in to be the 5,000th sandwich shop in Rochester. Let's talk to Ben. Hey Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good.
So, like Jimmy was saying, there's that guy that always gets in front of you that doesn't know what he wants. I'm apologizing because I'm that guy. All I know is I want a sub. That's the only reason I'm there.
Yeah.
I just don't know what kind yet. But, yeah, for me, I like Max Philly Steak down in Canandaigua.
Yeah, Philly Steaks. Max Philly Steaks. They got one in Victor. They got one in Canandaigua, one in
But
Fairport.
like, how do you
one
go
in
to
Greece.
that place and not know what you're getting?
A Philly Steak.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just want some meat and some stuff and some bread and some sauce on it. I don't know.
Here's what would piss me off.
Tommy probably has a kiosk for that.
We already did the kiosk joke, Ben. Here's what would piss me off. If I'm in line behind Ben and he's like, he can't decide.
Make up your mind, laddie. What did I say? Is that what you want?
What would bother me, like, Ben, you're a big guy. You're a big dude.
Oh, he's thick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Bad boy.
Whatever you pick,
Yeah.
you're going to shove in your face. So just make a
Yeah,
decision.
you're going to inhale
something.
it.
Like, that's what, if I'm waiting to get my sub, but I'm watching, thick Ben choosing a, just shut up. You're going to eat it. You're going to eat what they could.
And you only get, like, I'd imagine, like, most of the time you're getting the same thing every time
Yes.
anyways, right? Like, how often do you switch up your sub routine?
Well, I mean, most of the time I wind up getting an Italian assorted sub, but then sometimes
That's all you have to say.
I might want a chicken finger sub. Like there's other options. It just depends on the day.
Well, the strangest part about this is Ben's rich family history of subs. Because his grandfather, did you know this?
No.
That Ben's grandfather came from Scotland to make subs here in Rochester?
Really?
Yes,
Really?
it was Ben's family, because, genetics and
Yeah,
everything,
yeah.
but they're from
Man,
Scotland.
let me tell you something, laddie. I'm gonna take my steamship and I'm gonna head to the States and I'm gonna make sandwiches for a lot of them Yanks. And you'll be laughing and you'll be crying because I'll be a millionaire and my grandson just don't get started in that kid.
I've never been more impressed.
I was going to say, I didn't
I
think you
can't
could
make
do
up his goddamn mind at the sandwich.
I'm going home. I had a stroke.
That's it. Show's over.
Thanks for the call, bud. Have a good rest of the day. There goes newly Scottish Ben.
With a steamboat.
Steamboat Ben! All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
We've been long into this.
Yeah, it's been an hour of bitching.
Bitching, yeah.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And there is some bitching happening here. Some older men who were criticizing this kid who was simply telling a story about what he was willing to do for a shot at getting laid.
And we've all done it.
Well, that's just it, man. Like, these older men who have done it in the past, criticizing this kid is not right. But if you're a guy in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, I would think you're willing to do way more desperate things.
Bro, we know guys.
Right?
I was that guy.
We'll get into it. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. the things we did for sex as young men.
Oh, yeah.
Money, we spent it. Time, we wasted it. Integrity, we had none.
Yes.
I mean, you and I, we were bending over backwards for any chance at sex in our 20s, teens. But then we grow up, Tommy, and we see what's really important, and we don't do foolish things anymore.
Absolutely not.
That's a lie. But it's a lie, it seems, Tommy, men of a certain age want to believe. Because when you start hearing what middle-aged men had to say versus what they may actually do, you realize that every man is as pathetic at 40, 50, 60 years old as we were from 18 to 25. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that just a second, but it's Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short.
Oh, why would you do that?
Or stupid. Or ask what time their 1950s theater bowling league starts. What are you wearing on your feet?
This is just standard, regular guy sneaker.
Not only do they have a platform, they're maroon.
They stood out this morning. This is the first thing that caught my eye when I walked in the room. Because you've never worn those before, right?
Brand spanking
Brand new bowling shoes.
Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. The Break Group WCMF on YouTube, brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, what are you doing? Like, those are so ridiculous. A clown would pick them up and be like, not too much.
They're super comfortable.
No, they look great. That's good they're making you comfortable because they're making me uncomfortable.
Like,
How are they making it?
Have you ever seen those shoes in a store? I don't even know where you'd find those shoes. Did you order them online?
Yeah.
Okay, because I've never seen those. I've never seen anything like those. Very unique.
Bold. I think the word is bold.
Or bowling.
You got to really hurt someone in this room. Something along the lines of...
bet, Duffy, I don't want to go to the chain store and get my sandwich. I'm going to make my little sad sub at home. I'm going to get my little gabagool knife out and smear a little ham on my sandwich because I'm just a pathetic home sandwich-making little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices. We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
My wife.
You puss-ass, coward-ass.
You got to back her up.
Yeah. I will. Nice.
But as soon as I have a chance to do something about it, I won't do it because I'm scared of the Jackson ass little bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm Mr. Cool with my phone, man. Talk all you want next to me at the table. Even take it to the bathroom. I'll be peeing and talking on the phone because I'm a peeing and talking little phone holding little bitch.
You know, I read a book and stuff, but we have headphones.
Ooh, I'm Jackson. I'm a reader. You can't.
Situation. I don't want to get somebody to get mad, so I'm going to say alcohol because I'm a scared ass of my wife, little bitch ass bitch. Bitch.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I got my little Red Wings sweater on today because apparently it's Cobb salad night at the old ballpark. Come on out, have some Cobb salad, enjoy the old ball game with emaciated boys from the Red Wings. Because I'm just an emaciated Cobb salad eating little bitch.
Okay. I have multiple campers and I replace them.
Don't all rednecks have multiple campers?
Listen.
He's got insurance he pays for.
Because I'm a non-one to get punched, little bitch-ass bitch. Bitch-ass bitch.
And that concludes another rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
So one of our listeners shared a Facebook post from a man who was celebrating locking down his lady. He's engaged.
Oh, nice.
And the thing is long, but it essentially tells the story of how he and his fiance got together for the first time. And I will be as brief as I can. I don't want to read the whole thing. It would take us the rest of the show. But he talks about how he was 22 years old. He was going to school in Buffalo. And this girl that he always had a crush on from high school was going to school in Albany. And one night she had put on social media that she didn't have a ride home from work. So this kid offered to drive from Buffalo to Albany.
So what is that, 5 hours?
4.5, 5 hours.
Yeah.
To give her a ride home from work. Yes. And, I mean, gas tolls.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, just the time.
Hoping for a chance to spend the night. And it worked.
Oh.
Damn.
It worked.
If it didn't, it would have been even more money.
Yeah, you got to go back. You're not living in Albany, but
you're getting you some throughway coochie.
Now he goes on to talk about how for every weekend for the rest of his college career,
he did this.
He would drive from Buffalo to Albany to spend time with this girl.
That must have been some magic stuff downstairs.
They're engaged now. Maybe it was more than the coochie.
Bro. But coochie come first.
Put that on a T-shirt.
No,
Coochie come
don't.
first.
Sell it
Don't
in the
do
rock
that.
shop. So, long story short, he goes throughout the relationship, and now they're engaged, and he does say at the end how funny it is that he just wanted to spend time with her, and he put that in quotes, so it makes it sound like get laid, and it ends up being in a relationship. Now, here's the thing. You think back to your 20s, you know, having this conversation now, it sounds insane.
Get back to my 40s. But go ahead.
Like, Kimmy, it's not all that crazy. Maybe you can't understand either. For a man.
Girls don't
No,
get it.
because I was gonna say, like, if I'm this girl, I guess if this was somebody that I liked, like, I'd find it flattering. If it wasn't, I'd be creeped out that somebody was willing to do this.
Oh, I get it. But it's pretty standard for a 20-year-old to do something like this to get laid. What's strange is in this post underneath it that was shared with us, older dudes started lighting the kid up. For example, I will read you some quotes. You ready? In your 20s, you're dumb enough to waste time and money on women. When you get older, you'll realize that if a woman doesn't want to sacrifice for you, she's not worth your time. Another man writes, I'm single and 45. I wouldn't drive 40 minutes, let alone 4 hours for sex. You're pathetic. Should be ashamed of yourself.
That's a guy that eats every night on a TV tray.
Oh, he's not done.
Yeah.
Beta male being led around by his pigtails. By the way,
male.
this is a really sweet post. He's talking about these guys just coming.
That's a guy on a Saturday night wears pajama bottoms starting around noon. He ain't leaving the house, man.
Older guys would totally drive longer for sex than younger guys
Older
would.
guys
Right?
lie so much, man.
Okay.
What they would give up to get some trim. Are you kidding me?
And I'm talking to you single older guys because like cheating on your spouse
No,
complicates
we're
the
talking
situation even
single
further.
guy.
Yeah,
Single
40,
guy in the dating world.
Yeah.
40, 50, 60 years old, and what you'd be willing to do for sex. And I feel like, Tommy, there's a ton of reasons why older guy would be way more apt to do something desperate than younger guy
Right,
would.
but they never want to admit it.
Well, like, let's talk about first simple numbers. Everyone is single in your teens and 20s. You can swing a dead cat on Monroe Ave. Can't swing a dead cat on
You're
Monroe
all in the
Ave.
same game at that point.
Exactly,
The
right?
pool is large.
Yes.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And if they didn't want to sleep with us, I mean, I'm sorry, women didn't want to sleep with us at that age, but your odds of meeting someone were high.
Yes.
There are less single women in your 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Oh, yeah.
And you're way less social.
Yes.
You're not out every Friday, Saturday night, sometimes during the week.
You got
right?
it. So
Yeah.
if you want sex, if you want to meet somebody, there's going to be more traveling involved. It's like, Tommy, when bears eat all the food in their habitat, so they have to go to another town.
Yeah.
You're like a horny bear.
Wandering the streets.
Yeah.
Think if you would. I was gonna say, think if because you're not meeting people in person, you may turn to online dating, in which you could date somebody in a different state. You know what I mean? Like it could be one of those things where you may have to travel for that person that you're interested in.
We got a buddy right now that's doing the semi-distance relationship.
Yeah.
And he's been doing it now for probably 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great relationship, but they
Long
travel.
distance.
They go back and forth, but they got to travel.
And it makes sense. It makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. So then comes the desperation of being someone in your 40s, 50s, and 60s trying to get laid, right? It was nothing to have casual sex in your 20s. You didn't need a relationship. Can you say the same thing about your 40s, 50s, and 60s? Do you have numbers of women in your phone that you're pretty sure you could hook up with if you took them out? Probably not.
No.
But we all had that when we were in our teens and 20s, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they weren't the bells of the ball.
No.
As Springsteen said, you ain't a beauty, but hey, you're all right.
Yes.
And by the way, those women looked at us the same way.
Yeah, of course.
God, he's gross, but whatever.
Yeah, he's here.
And then finally, the means you have as an older man. A 9-hour round trip drive and maybe a hotel room costs half of your net worth in your early 20s. In your 40s and 50s, 60s, it's a lot easier to swing. And the two of you probably don't have roommates, so you'll be able to sneak around.
Yeah.
And
Right?
if you have kids, they're probably older.
Yeah.
I would guess. So you're not worried about have somebody watch your little ones for you.
You're having afternoon sex because you don't like driving at night.
Like the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why, in this case, are older men so full of crap about what they'd be willing to do?
Because they think
to
it's
get
like
laid?
they're not studs. They got to always sound like they're studs.
Okay.
And they don't think it's studly to say stuff like that.
All right, but like, can't we all just be honest with each other? Because like, I see
No.
what you look like in your Facebook
Right.
picture.
But they don't see themselves like that.
Okay.
Why do you think I have a brother that goes into powerlifting competitions with an aneurysm in his 70s?
What's the furthest you traveled for sex?
Well, that's kind of weird because I was on the road.
I don't know if it is, because I bet you we got guys listening that be like, oh, yeah, I did that.
All right, so I was dating a girl in Lexington, Kentucky. And if I knew like I had a couple days off with nothing going on, I would drive back to Lexington to do that. But that could be an 8 to 10 hour drive.
You drove 8 to 10 hours for sex.
Go there, hang out for 2 days, and go back to where I had to pick up the tour and keep going.
Okay.
So I would say round trip, 20 hours.
Okay.
But don't you think like everybody has some experience being in a long distance relationship at some point?
Do they? Is that a common thing? 252 WCMF?
Well, maybe if you go to college and then you
Yeah.
leave and you go to your
So I would
back
say
to
like
town
I
or
feel like
something?
yeah.
Is that what you
Yeah.
think college is? You go and you leave and
Well,
you come
yeah,
back to
'cause
the
like,
These are
town.
those
you
John
know,
Hughes movies.
Not everybody's grew up in the same place, so yeah, you could be traveling. But
And
I don't
it's
know
always
if that
the
counts
dude.
quite the same as, meeting somebody for the first time, driving to it.
But women don't understand this.
No, you're right. Women don't travel for sex.
They don't have to. Why would they travel to my dong? They're gonna pass 1,000 dongs they could have. They could just hang their head out the window. Oh. There's a million dogs for chicks.
Oh, my God.
Like, I had one vagina in Lexington, Kentucky. That was it.
I had one vagina in Lexington, Kentucky as my favorite ribs, Arkansas.
I had one vagina in Lexington and another in South Carolina. But she passed away one day.
We'll never find out why.
Gator got her.
252.
Gator got her coochie on the old last Chahoochee.
Gator Gutter Coochie sounds like a town in Florida. Where are you from, Gator Gutter Coochie?
Right next to Sinatra Coochie.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this Facebook post that was shared with us. It's a guy who's celebrating getting engaged to his now fiance. And he talks about how, now, Kimmy, you said, for the first time, it sounds like they had known each other in high school.
Okay, but for the first, like, you're doing it for one purpose because you didn't have that relationship before.
Yeah.
And again, it's long. He says in his 20s, he was going to school in Buffalo. She was going to school in Albany. She had posted on social media that she didn't have a ride home from work. He offered to drive from Buffalo to Albany to pick her up. She accepted. So that's 4.5, 5 hours each way.
Yeah, buddy.
He admits that he only did it trying to spend the night with her. They hit it off. He kept traveling back and forth while they were going to school every weekend to see her in Albany, 5 hours each way every single weekend, and it all worked out. They're engaged. But these older guys who, this was shared a whole bunch of times, it's like, oh, these older guys started crushing him for being a bitch for traveling for sex, which is weird because all you 40, 50, and 60-year-olds would do way more desperate stuff.
Think of it. If you were a woman, the amount of money you could get off of old dudes.
Well, no, we see it. Guys who are pretending to be women are getting that money.
Just to scam their asses.
I mean, that's a very common scam online.
Kimmy, have you ever traveled for sex?
I mean, I've dated people far away. I dated a guy in like the Boston area. I've dated a kid from New Jersey. So for like a couple of years, like I was in 2 long distance relationships. So like that was just a basic like, hey, if we want to see each other, somebody's gonna have to travel.
All right, but that's relationship. Have you ever traveled for a booty call?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Kimmy's different. Please.
And I was actually thinking like
booty plate.
I don't know if I know anybody who has. I know a friend that maybe she traveled to maybe Buffalo to meet somebody. That's the farthest I know anybody has gone.
I went to Cleveland for a booty call. Wasn't even a relationship.
Yeah, I mean,
how did you meet the person?
Well, I had done shows in Cleveland.
Okay. So
I was like 19.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I got her number that way, and we would like kind of see each other when I was going through town, and she was like, "Oh."
But that anticipation, like driving with your pre-boner, was like one of the most unique experiences. Like you got a quarter to a half rail. Get
That's a long time.
Just thinking about it, man.
Kimmy, you got
it's the fantasy.
You got a half a boner and only a quarter tank of gas.
His weight on the wheel. Boner love. Yeah, man, that anticipation ride was so much fun.
No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Did it make the trip go faster
Oh,
or
absolutely.
slower?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're driving with a half a boner or even a quarter boner, yeah, the time just flies. It's like books on those audio books you would listen to. Wow, that was 3 hours? Wow, so interesting.
But I would almost think you're disappointed in the end because you've built it up so much over those, 3-4 hours in the car.
The sex starvation I was under at that time.
All right.
No, he's right. I mean, everything he's saying is hitting me right in the heart. He's 100% right. And I don't know if we're the only weirdos that went through this or if there's other guys listening to the show right now nodding their head like, yeah, I'll remember my quarter drive boner. The only thing that sucked about those long drives just for sex is I always felt bad when I got out of the car for the woman. Because, like when you travel for a while.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
You're smelling gross.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not, if she's ready, I'm not going to get in the shower.
Let's do this.
Like a sissy.
I always smelled like cigars, too.
Oh.
And multiple cigars I would have in those cars before I got there.
Yeah, I mean, I smelled like an ashtray, too. Yeah, this was not good for them. Why did they accept these invitations?
I don't know.
How sad were these women, man?
No, because you're right. Like, there was a ton of penis in those cities they were in.
Yeah.
You didn't need this one.
Right. Here I come.
We weren't handsome. We weren't successful.
No, I was emaciated. Some of these chicks outweigh me by 10 to 15 pounds.
Yeah, 10 to 15. You're being generous, buddy. So listen, old guys.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad that you are willing to do this desperate stuff because it
But
makes
you're
sense.
still in the game, baby.
Yes.
Come on.
And by the way, if you are someone in your 40s, 50s, 60s, single, that thinking, I'm not going to do something like that because that makes me look sad and desperate, you're just limiting yourself.
Yeah, it's better to. I would say it's better to go see that person than to assume it's a real person online.
Great point.
You know what I mean?
Great point. Yeah, broaden your horizons and maybe you find somebody that you can spend time with.
True love.
Yes.
That's what it's all about, Pat.
Preach. True love and a quarter driving boner. If there's one thing we in the break want to do, we want to make your lives easier. So you need to hear this information about one road in our area that is going to be swimming with guys trying to write you a ticket.
Oh.
And the state is straight up telling people this is going to happen in this place because they want to keep folks safe. And this place specifically is a great place to do it. Because you can make the argument that it's the scariest place to drive in the greater Rochester area.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We here in the break room, above all, are here to look out for you.
Nice.
If you're driving this route every morning, you need to keep your eyes open the next couple of weeks, and for good reason.
What's happening?
Not only is the state trying to keep people safe, this could be the scariest place to drive in the greater Rochester area.
Could that be?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Jolene's coming up at 10.
Jolene! Don't take my music away.
No, she's got music for you. 10
thank
to 3.
you, Jolene.
Yeah, no, you're welcome on her behalf. 10 to 3 every weekday. But today and tomorrow, you need to listen because she's got your Aerosmith code word of the day.
Nice.
Their last ever scheduled show as a band is February 26th, 2025 at Key Bank Center. Tickets are on sale for that show right now at Ticketmaster.com. But she's got your code word. You're going to get that code word from her. You're going to go to WCMF.com, enter it for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see what might be the last ever show Aerosmith has ever performed.
How cool is that?
We'll get to that. Oh, yeah. So catch that with Jolene between 10 and 3 here this afternoon and tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. Kimmy, quick question.
Yeah.
Did you grab that audio I sent you or no?
No.
Okay, well then after 7:45, we'll find something to do. If you take 104 on a regular basis, you're going to need to watch your ass coming up.
So heading past Webster.
Oh, I'll tell you. So the state announced they're going to be doing enhanced speed enforcement as the spring construction season begins. Story on Spectrum News last night says specifically between 104 and Ridgeway in the city and Culver in Irondequoit. So that stretch of 104.
Okay.
Now, once again, they're going to have state troopers dressing up like construction workers to run radar on people and get you.
Yeah.
So if you take that road, you're going to want to slow down. And construction or not, if you take 104 on a regular basis, you should slow down. Because you can make the argument that 104, that whole stretch from where it starts in Greece all the way out to Orbacres, is one of the scariest places to drive in the greater Rochester area. For some reason, folks fly down 104.
Yeah.
You got people swerving in and out of traffic.
Passing people.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it kind of looks like 590, 490, 390.
But it's a road.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a road.
It has
straight
stoplights.
stretch, you know?
And apparently, I didn't know this. Did you guys know this? When you get to the Bay Bridge, you're allowed to do 140 miles an hour.
Because it's like a little mini drag strip right there.
It's not, though. It's a road. And then when you get past Webster, it becomes 55 miles an hour.
Yeah.
But it also has street lights.
I know.
And then
I
it goes
never
down
understood that.
But then it also goes down to just single lane.
Yes.
And I mean, there are places that you turn off of too, so it's not even. You got to watch out for that.
Okay. People can pull
like
out
you
in
go
front
from
of you.
55 to 0.
Whoever in Ontario designed 104, it has to be the stupidest idea anyone's ever come up with, because you will have people cruising at 70 that have to slam the brakes on when the light turns yellow. And like you said, Kimmy, having to make that left-hand turn into oncoming traffic with 70 miles an hour coming at you. Now, the reason the state is targeting 104, because even they say they're with their new speed enforcement program, that's the trucks that catch you with the camera. They have caught multiple drivers on 104 doing over 100 miles an hour through work zones in the last year.
100 mile an hour.
Let me say that again.
Yeah.
Multiple people going over 100 through work zones on 104.
Did I see one car was clocked at over like 130
I
or
saw
something?
that story too.
Just
Damn, I don't know what
insane.
kind of car that is. That's pretty badass.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If it's not 104, what is the scariest place to drive in the greater Rochester area?
I will say this. One of the roads I always hate is Empire Boulevard going down into the bay.
Oh, okay, I get what
And
you're
how
saying.
it kind of curves around, and there's nothing in between the oncoming traffic. You know what I mean? And they finally fixed it because it used to just be full of potholes. I always hated that road because then you got to go up, and then there's people trying to come out of like those bars and restaurants right there.
Yeah.
And they pull out, and sometimes they cross over the lane. Yeah, that's a nightmare.
Yeah, you're right. The fact that they're allowed to make a left turn out of those parking lots is insane.
But no lights.
Yeah, it's nuts.
That one I hate for sure.
No, you're right. That's a really bad one. I remember because you lived down that way back in the day. I had that busted-ass truck. That's a steep hill.
How did you ever get up that?
Every time I would take that hill, I was worried that truck wasn't
Did you have to
gonna
make your girlfriend get out and walk?
No, your mom was not with me at that point. 252-WCMF. Kimmy? Okay, you do your thing. I'm sorry. We're talking about what might be the scariest place to drive in the greater Rochester area. You're right. I totally forgot about that. I will give credit where credit is due.
Like what?
Construction has made two of the former scariest places in Rochester to drive less scary. 490 West, getting on to 390 North, where Lyle Ave is. That used to be a death trap. You had to fly lanes over to miss being forced off the Lyle Ave exit.
Yeah.
And it was borderline impossible
Well, they
during
did
rush
all
hour.
that construction for the last 10 years.
And they cleaned it up nice. And on the other side, coming that way from 390 South, trying to get to 490 East from that right lane, you had to cross 4 lanes of traffic and then take a tight-ass NASCAR pin turn only to be let out into oncoming traffic from 490 on the other side. And both of those are so much easier after that construction.
Oh, yeah, they opened it up. Nice.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. As we're talking about what might be the scariest places to drive in Rochester, let's talk to Keith. Hey, Keith. How are you, buddy?
Hey.
Hey. What's up, Keith?
So I am 65, and I grew up on Ridge Road, about 5 houses from Salt.
Okay.
Right before Xerox. There was no 104. There was no Bay Bridge.
So you guys had just said you had to take it as fast as you can and hope you cleared the gap there.
To go to Ontario, you had to drive past my house. So my brother and I would, when Spencer Speedway was running, sit outside with our little lawn chairs and can of root beer, wave at all the drivers and cars that went by out to Spencer. There was no 104. You had to get to Ontario through. That was 104. Empire Boulevard turned into 104.
All right.
And that's when roads was roads. Out
That's
there, the
when
old
roads
country
were
drag
roads.
strip.
We didn't have no Bay Bridges.
And they used to fly 55 down that road, and it was 40.
Keith, thanks for the call, buddy.
And that hot rod Lincoln.
Have a good question.
I didn't think about how many old man calls we were going to get about roads today.
And that's fine. Look, if you old men want to ramble about roads, that's great. We'll just keep you on hold.
Ramblin' Road?
When did the Bay Bridge open? I thought that's been there forever.
I'm guessing when they built the interstate.
No, he just said that wasn't.
Well, around that time it would have been.
No.
So the interstate came around in the 50s and 60s?
Okay. Do you hear yourself? If he said he was in his 60s, he would have been born when you were born. You
So what
old
was there
man.
before there?
Yeah.
There was no. So you had
to take a ferry. The old Webster Ferry. Put your car on the ferry, go across.
Irondequoit Bay Bridge was built in 1967.
Wow.
Or, well, opened in 1967, I should say.
Yeah, because Eisenhower came up and they did that motorcade across it.
What did that sound like when he was here?
I don't know what Eisenhower sounds like. I don't think Eisenhower had much of an accent.
252 WCMF. Kimmy, what is the scariest place to drive in the greater Rochester area?
I think you kind of already mentioned it. It's where it used to be where 490 met 390 and you'd merge.
Okay.
And if you didn't know that the one lane went straight to, is it Lyle?
Lyle, yeah.
Yeah, you were stuck. You might as well just get off and get back on because there was no way you were making your way across those lanes to get back over.
It is funny. If you were driving on Lyle and you stopped at that stoplight, every time you would see someone like hands in the air cursing that they were forced to get off and they got to get back on again.
I would say 390 is just going past the airport and all that area always seems to have a lot of problems.
There are a lot of high traffic like merges, I guess.
Don't forget, you had those pileups with the snow around the airport.
Until they fix that issue.
Yeah.
But that's fixed again. I mean, look, again, credit. We always talk about the infrastructure and what a piece of garbage it can be around here.
What a piece of crap.
But they've done a lot to fix a lot of the scariest places.
Okay.
I do also feel like the inner loop back in the day, nobody knew what the speed limit was. So, like, you'd have people flying, still going like 60, 65, even though it was only, I think it's only 45. So you would get like people getting on and off, and that could get a little crazy.
Well, to your point, people figured out where cops couldn't hide, right? You couldn't hide on the inner loop, and you can't hide on the Bay Bridge. So when people figure out where the cops aren't, for some reason, they just decide to floor.
Yeah, doesn't everybody though?
I don't. You don't? You do 40 and a 65.
Yeah, but it's a fast 45.
He can't drive.
It's a loose 45.
He can't drive 55 because it makes him uncomfortable. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We got Facebook messages coming in. We're talking about how 104 between Ridge in the city. No, I'm sorry, that is Ridge. 104 in the city of Rochester, going all the way out to Culver for the next 2 years. They're going to be doing undercover traffic work. Speed traps with those cops that dress up like construction workers to try and catch people. And they're doing this because they want to keep the construction workers safe. And the state says that in the last year, they've had multiple people doing over 100 miles an hour through construction zones. But that's 104 is the scariest road in Rochester.
All the way out to Sodas,
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Austin. Hey, Austin, what's up, buddy?
What up, Duffy? So I drive from that stretch of road every day to work, and then once I'm at work, I go all the way past Orb Acres to Sodas, and it's not that scary once you get past the city, but I would say that the scariest part, the driving in the city, would be like the 490 interchanges to 590, going both ways.
See, okay, it's funny because you're new to town, right? You came from Seattle a couple of years ago?
That's right. Yeah.
Everybody here is laughing at you because that's the old can of worms, bro, which was the scariest place in America to drive a car.
It was a nightmare.
Oh, my God.
Hey, you guys asked about Rochester. I'm not talking about Seattle. Seattle has its own scary
No,
stuff.
I'm just saying, man, like where that was, what that used to be was an instant death trap of driving the old can of worms.
They lost so many Austins on that road.
No, there was no one named Austin back then. Ever.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right, great call, Austin. Have a good rest of the day. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Dan writes us, the worst is Mount Reed Boulevard in the city. Why do you have two roads right next to each other? And you can turn from Mount Reed onto the other side roads and vice versa. But each side of Mount Reed is one way, even though they don't mark which way one way is. He's right. You know what he's talking about?
Yeah, there's like an access road that runs along Mount Reed Boulevard.
And you can take a left or right onto Mount Reed.
It's all that industrial park area, right? Yeah.
But then you get to like a stoplight on Mount Reed, and you take a right to get off Mount Reed on like Driving Park or is it Lexington, whatever it is?
Yeah.
But they have a stop sign. So you have a green light. They have a stop sign. The amount of almost accidents I've seen.
Yeah.
That's a rough area.
How has it not been fixed?
Yeah.
How have they never done anything about that? Because that's been that way since I was in high school.
Wow.
Probably
that far
longer.
back.
Well, it's got to be longer. I don't know. I thought the Bay Bridge was built with the town. I just found out it was 67. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Sarah. Hey, Sarah. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, Sarah. What do you got?
So I personally think that it gets a little bit hairy between Jefferson and 390, like by Jay's on West Henrietta.
Okay.
The lanes are kind of narrow. You get a lot of lights, and there's a lot of people who walk on the shoulder. I think the sidewalks are inconsistent, and there's a lot of bus stops that go there. So people like late at night are just walking, and you can't really swerve, and you get potholes. So I went to RIT, so I was there all the time, and it's just like, I don't know.
No, she's right. When West Henrietta becomes Brighton, why did they make the lanes 5 inches wide? Because I thought that was just in my head, Sarah. I'm glad you said it too, because I thought I was imagining that.
No. And then during like rush hour, it gets like really busy, and you still got buses and stuff. So yeah, it's congested and a little messy.
Sarah, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it. So, going west, on West Henrietta Road in Brighton, right around Jay's Diner.
Mm-hmm.
The potholes there are ridiculous.
Okay.
You got people swerving all
Is that
over
where the Delta
place.
Sonic is and all that stuff?
So that part of the road is fine.
Right.
It's in Brighton where it's bad.
Oh, okay, coming up.
What they tried to do to fix the
North
potholes.
of the Jeff.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. What they tried to do to fix the potholes was to lay down like this long strip of pavement.
Oh.
But for some reason, that pavement like pitches up. It's like a mountain. So your car is literally moving while you're not controlling it. And the lanes are super narrow.
Yeah.
So it's like it's what I imagine a spaceship race would be like. It's horrifying. And it's been that way forever.
Yeah, they never fixed it.
No. What are we doing? What are we doing here, people?
Come on.
No, it's amazing. I mean, maybe like with 104, with West Henrietta Road.
Yeah.
Do we just become used to it?
Yeah, it becomes your normal. Like you learn how to navigate things.
But I'm never not uncomfortable on West Ridge. I'm never not uncomfortable on Mount Reed when I got to take a turn. I've never, knock on wood, had any accidents or anything.
Yeah.
But you would think, like, with the way those things are designed, there would be accidents every day. But maybe we just...
I would still say 104 to me is probably the most dangerous road.
At least it's a stretch.
Yeah, but it's like one of those roads where you could hit an outboard motor. And there ain't no boat.
You bring a great point. You got a lot of people driving their toys on 104 too.
Everybody's taking their boats up back and forth from all over, and RVs.
Yeah.
And sometimes you'll get that combo car, RV, motorcycle trailer. It's just like a chain of like toys.
You know what other road's like a little sketchy? You may not use it that often. Is it Kings Highway that runs through like Durand?
Yeah.
But like there's a lot of like tight turns on that road. So I mean like I don't know what the speed limit is, but if you're going a little too fast, you could kind of white knuckle it a little bit through there.
Like the deer, and I'm always worried about a tree falling
too.
over or
right.
something.
Like at night. Yeah.
You're right. 252 WCMF will take one more call. We sound like a bunch of bitches.
Old people.
I don't like driving
Too
on
much.
the busy roads. Rick's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ricky, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Kings Highway in Irondequoit, also known as Snake Road, and the speed limits change when you're going around the bends. Sometimes it's 20, 25 or whatever, but most of it is like 30 35 miles an hour. So my stretch is from Kodak, Lake Avenue, from Kodak all the way down to the Parkway, because these people are just flying. And a lot of times RPD sits out there when it's time for everybody to go to work and stuff. But Lake Avenue between, Kodak, 104 and all the way to the Parkway, it's crazy. And then you got the idiots on these crotch rockets and and screaming, So I live in Charlotte, and on a hot Saturday night in the middle of summer, it's quite entertaining, and there's a lot of accidents on there. So,
all right, well,
and they designed that road wrong too. I think it should be one road, two lanes, one north, one south, and the center lane should be a turning lane.
Rick, listen, man. If they designed it any different, Lou Graham wouldn't have a shot at the
There
Rock
you
and Roll
go.
Hall of Fame on Sunday.
That's
So,
true.
Yeah. God bless Lou Graham. Hey, thanks, guys. You guys do a great job.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Rick. I've lived in this town my whole life.
Yeah.
Nothing will ever be funnier to me than a guy from Rochester over the age of 50 complaining about those Ninja motorcycles. Because not only do you get passion, you get the Rochester accent on Crotch Racket. He's on his Crotch Racket.
And that's been a complaint every summer since the year 2000.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the Crotch Rackets. All right, everybody on hold. We got to move on. I appreciate the call. Be safe out there.
Yes.
Slow down. Widen the roads. Stop putting side roads next to real roads. All right. There is a legend of rock and roll who just did something to honor another legend of rock and roll.
Oh, very cool.
But we're not talking about covering a song. We're not talking about donating money to a charity.
How much would you honor?
This man now has a piece of this rock and roller in his body.
In his body?
His body now contains the body of this other rock and roller.
Does the other guy know?
Well, he's dead.
Okay.
We'll explain.
How did he get it?
I'm going to explain. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we see artists honor other artists that inspire them all the time.
Sure.
You see them cover their biggest songs, right? Step in when somebody passes away in
Yeah.
the band for them. But we've never seen anything like this.
What the hell happened?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. James Hetfield from Metallica.
Yeah.
You're familiar, right?
Yeah.
Set himself on fire, plays guitar.
Likes to sue people.
One of his biggest influences, according to him, is Motorhead, specifically Lemmy from Motorhead.
Okay.
And we all know a couple years ago, Lemmy passed away.
Yeah.
And Lemmy was an extreme guy. All guns a-blazing, all stop, no go.
Yeah.
To honor Lemmy, James Hetfield got a new tattoo.
Okay.
Standard, yeah. Except the tattoo ink is made with the ashes of Lemmy.
Oh. You could do that?
Apparently you can. James Hetfield's new tattoo contains the human remains of Lemmy.
How is that legal?
I don't
like,
know.
Medically, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Lemmy or any guy.
Well, I mean, Lemmy especially.
Pretty not healthy.
Yeah. I mean, think all the thing. So not healthy, he had that thing on his face for like the last 40 years of his life.
Maybe you cook out all the unhealth when you cremate. Like you burn all that off.
Would you want to risk it, though?
No.
Yeah,
especially
no.
like, your wife's one thing. The most unhealthy drug guy of all time, right? I don't.
Yeah.
Just having an allergic reaction or something like that alone,
Yeah. Now, by the way, I did my old man misspeak because I said Lemmy died a couple years ago. He died in 2015.
Oh.
Wow.
It's been 9 years.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
I know.
So,
the world changed, man.
Hetfield, talking to the BBC, said that Lemmy inspired him in ways that he couldn't describe. Said without him, there wouldn't be a Metallica. When he was around him, he felt like things were going to be okay. He
I
said,
never thought of that guy as being like that kind of a musician, though.
well, Motorhead had a major influence. We're not going to.
I don't know.
I'm not going to have this conversation with you.
I wouldn't put him up. I wouldn't put him top shelf. I need a tattoo of this dude.
Okay, if he inspired you to live your dream and you had major success at it.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We've known each other a long time.
20 years.
Yep, worked together, You're on your deathbed. And as the party's wrapping up, I go to you and I go, listen, I've meant so much to you. I want to get a tattoo with your remains. Would you give me the okay?
Yeah, what do I care?
It wouldn't bother you that you're going to be in my body for the rest of my life?
No, but I'm going to be gone. And I don't think I'm going to be hovering over watching you. So my belief is when you're gone, you're just gone. I'm going to be a bag of fertilizer anyway, so what do I care?
No, I understand, but
No,
it
it
wouldn't
wouldn't
freak
bother
you out that I want to put your body in my body.
No. But you make it sound...
How about Saturday?
You make it sound so erotic. You're just getting a tattoo. I want your body inside my body.
It's his body.
Yes, but it's ashes.
Would you want to know what the tattoo was of at least?
It's got to be something stupid.
She brings up a good point.
I mean, like that would be it would be less of why do you want to use my ashes and more like, well, what is it? What's the tribute gonna be?
Would you ask that question of your husband if he asked for this permission to do this?
Like if he asked,
Let's say,
if I went first
God
and he wanted to
forbid,
use
something terrible.
yeah, I would definitely. I'd be like, so what are you gonna get?
Well, you wouldn't trust him to get a tattoo that you felt honored
It
your
would be
body?
your
Not
portrait.
even so much that I would trust him, but you've seen those kind of things go bad where it's like somebody gets a picture of somebody, it doesn't look like that person. You know what I mean?
But like Tommy said, you're not going to be here
Yeah,
to
who
see
cares?
it.
No, I understand.
I mean, do you believe in an afterlife?
I don't know what I believe.
All
I
right.
want to hope there's something.
All right. So you believe like
I
you'd
don't
have
have
to
like a specific belief in
Otherwise,
that.
you'd be
she doesn't
hovering
even-
over.
She doesn't even hope she wants to hope.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try, but
Yeah.
I'll try to try.
if it works out.
Crossing my fingers.
Right.
I mean, it's an interesting idea.
I mean, it's an honor.
Um,
You want to wear this person on you for the rest of your life,
But
and
again,
it's permanent.
it happened 9 years after he died, so it's not even like Lemmy got to hear about
Yeah,
it.
he did kind of drag his ass on this guy that was such a major influence, too.
Unless it took a while to get a hold of his ashes. By the way, Lemmy, this isn't the first story that Lemmy's ashes made.
else did they
After
do
he
it?
passed away, as part of his memorial funeral, they fired off like a shell with his ashes in it, much Hunter S. Thompson style.
All right.
Okay.
So they weren't even all that. They're pretty kind of lackadaisical with this
Yeah.
dude's body.
Yeah,
lot of
fast and loose with
different
Lemmy.
things,
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
But I mean, it kind of fits what you know.
Yeah,
of
he was
Lemmy.
fast and loose, right?
Yeah. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. James Hetfield of Metallica just got a new tattoo. The ink of the tattoo contains the ashes of Motorhead's Lemmy, and he talks about how important Lemmy was to him. Without Lemmy, there is no Metallica. So an urn containing some of the ashes of Lemmy will also be displayed at a heavy metal music festival in August, and then it will be permanently displayed at a UK music venue called Rock City, where Motorhead did 10 shows between 87 and 2006.
Oh, so you can go see his ashes.
In a rock
museum?
No, it's a concert venue.
No, but this last thing where it's going to be.
No, it's a venue. It says
venue. Okay.
Yeah, it says heavy UK rock music venue, Rock City. Is that cool or is that weird?
To go see somebody's urn?
Well, like you if you were going to a show, you wouldn't even be going to see the urn. You would just walk by Lemmy.
Yeah.
Okay.
On your way to see Poison.
Yeah. I don't know.
Doesn't freak you out?
No.
If I wasn't ready for it, I think that might freak me out.
Oh, yeah, if you're not expecting that. Yeah, that would be a little.
Some Lemmy stuff?
Well, no, just like that's Lemmy's.
Yeah.
That's Lemmy right there.
There he is.
There he is. I came here for the. I was looking for the merch table, and there's Lemmy's body. Like when we were in England.
Yeah.
My wife made me go to Westminster Abbey.
Well, that's number one right there, buddy.
And I had to meet her there because she was somewhere else with the kids. Yeah. And I was like, I walk in, and they don't tell you when you're walking into the church. There's crypts.
Yeah, I would think London is going to be slammed with dead dudes.
Bro, there's dead people everywhere.
Because think how long they've been an empire.
Yeah.
Right?
But like as you're walking,
got to go back 200-300 years.
As you're walking into this church, it's literally like 24 bodies just right next to you.
Here's the weirdest thing: all related. They're all first cousins.
But some of those bodies have been there for like 1,000 years.
Right, there's 1,000-year-old.
Hundreds of years. No, it could be.
Get run over by a dinosaur. You know, 1,000-year-old dude.
There are plenty of people who have been dead 1,000 years. Like everybody that lived.
They would have been eaten by the dinosaurs.
Okay.
Like the first queen would have been completely annihilated.
What would it sound like if the first?
Oh, get off of me! This pterodactyl thing, this flying lizard's getting me.
Is there someone you wouldn't want to have your ashes as a tattoo?
Yeah, some people that don't like me so much.
Just get a giant turd on their arm.
Jesus Christ, you go right there. You've been holding that one right there, huh?
Just
giant turd.
I don't know. If
That's what you think of me, a giant turd?
No, but if they didn't like you, why would they get a tribute?
Like I knew my two ex-wives would put something nasty on their body if they were going to do it. Yeah, my ex-wives, I knew they would do something horrible.
But no, what if after the fact they realize, you know what, we spent time together.
Yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of people who after someone passes realize, look, I treated this person a poor way.
I think the longer they think about it, the worse the tattoo's going to get.
Here's the other thing I would fear too, because I was unaware this was a thing.
Right? Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that.
Kimmy, can you Google how common this is? Like, see if there's a place you can go. My fear now that this is like out in the open publicly with James Hetfield getting Lemmy's ashes in ink for a tattoo.
Yeah.
People that would want you to do this or think you would want to do this after they passed away.
Oh, like ask you? Like almost like in tribute?
Yeah, like if my old man was like on his deathbed, I was like, hey, just so you know, if you want to use my ashes to get a tattoo, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
You kind of have to do it.
You don't have to do it. You just say you're going to do it.
Well,
Again, I don't believe there's an afterlife, so I will tell anybody anything they want to hear because I don't think there's any consequence.
It's not about him looking over me in heaven. It's about everyone else that would find out he said do that and think I'm a monster for promising, yes, I would do that.
You can still do it. Yeah, but I've been trying to find an artist. Nobody wants to do it.
Is that it?
Yeah. The industry's changed, man.
You
went all corporate.
You bring up a good point. Do you have to find like a specialty tattoo artist?
I guess somebody that knows how to do that. Because I'm guessing the ink is different because it's got ashes in it.
Again,
you got to shake it up.
You do. It does sound like you have to like send the ashes away to get it put into ink,
okay,
and then it goes to the artist or who.
God damn, what does that
ever doing it.
cost?
Yeah, it says there's like a whole like sterilization process.
Well, that answers our first question.
But the tattoos
that
are
puts it in
expensive.
Yeah,
Especially
I would
detailed
imagine
crap
this
like
is
that.
not cheap.
Like if you're gonna get like your dad's portrait or something, that's probably like $1,000.
Well, especially my dad, because it's going to take up so much space.
Oh, you're getting life size.
Well, no, just his spiky hair. Well, no, like, there's other things people have done with their loved ones' ashes. In fact, there's a whole business. We've talked about this before.
Oh, yeah.
You can turn their ashes into gems and like stones to put into jewelry.
Mm-hmm. I had that piece of jewelry that my brother had made of my mother's ashes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where is that?
It's probably a little bit still around here.
You monster.
I didn't pour it all.
No. I'm not talking about having something with the ashes inside.
You're talking about the ashes are turned into something.
Yes, you can turn the actual ashes into a stone and wear it as like a necklace or a ring or something.
You know what would be cool to get? Is an actual bone. If you're going to do it.
No.
Now, hold on. You say no, you don't hear.
When you start with actual bone, I'm out.
Wait.
A bone
Yeah.
of the person you love, and you make that into a necklace. like a charm.
You
could
turn,
carve it.
You can turn ashes into diamonds.
We were just talking about that when you were on the
sorry.
phone. No,
Yeah.
but like, no, bro. Have you ever seen?
Like let's say you took a bone,
Yeah.
like the shin bone or something like that,
No, you
and then you would fashion it into an.
It's gross, man. It's weird.
That's gross,
Yes.
but ink, skin ink.
Yeah, but you don't know that looking at it.
Well, you wouldn't even know. It could be carved. It could have a saying in it.
Have you ever like what?
I don't know. Have you
I've run out of ideas.
No, but let's say your family, like people have like sayings they say or something like that.
People have sayings.
Some things that mean something to them.
Don't take my bone, written on the front. No, like okay, so I went to Aquinas.
Yeah.
And St. Thomas Aquinas, who was the patron
Yeah, you could have like your school, like the whatever the crest is.
What I'm trying to say is, they have a piece of St. Thomas Aquinas's bone in the school.
Really?
Get the hell out of there!
It's a relic. Yeah, it's like
you can see it.
Yes, it's a Catholic. It's on display. It's a tiny little chip, but it's a Catholic thing. They have what's called relics, and like they take pieces of saints and they send them all over the world to be housed
cool.
places. Well, I mean, look,
What do you think it actually is?
They say it's him. I mean, he was.
Like what part of the bone?
No, like, do you think it's actually a bone?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. But like every time I would walk by it, because it's in the hallway.
Yeah.
Every time I would walk by it, it was always kind of
Kinda
weird.
creepy.
Like that could be a piece of a man that lived 1,000 years ago.
That's pretty awesome.
Pretty awesome.
Awesome.
252 WCMF. Let's take one call. Tom's on CMF. Hey, buddy. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Good. What do you got?
My father passed away in March of 2018, and we had him cremated. And about 4 months later, I went and got a tattoo with a quote from Jimmy Valvano, and I got his ashes put in it.
Okay, what did it? Okay, first of all, sorry about your father.
Wait, the basketball coach?
Yeah, never give
He
up.
put it-
Never.
That was his
ever,
tattoo.
Ever
Yeah.
give up.
You know, you could have just bought the T-shirt or the tie.
Tom, what did it cost to have your father's ashes shipped away, get the ink, and have the work done?
I actually didn't go with the route of shipping them out. One of my good friends owned a tattoo shop in Rochester, and he just had me sign like an extra waiver, like that if I got an infection or something, he wasn't liable, basically, and that was it.
Oh, so you just put the ashes right in the ink.
Yeah, he took I brought a small portion of the ashes with me. He took like a small spoon, took the ashes out, put them in the cup before he put the ink in, and then put the ink in, and then mixed it all together.
So you loved your dad so much, and you wanted to get this done, but you cheaped out on what you wanted to spend. You got your buddy Rusty Pete's tattoo shop on
Hey, I love
Lyle
my
to do
dad,
this
but
for
he
you.
was cheap too, so he
All
would
right,
appreciate it.
all right.
It's what he would have wanted.
Family tradition of cheap.
Exactly.
Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
thanks.
All right, take care. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
Nope.
Let's take a break. You know what's strange about unwritten rules?
No way.
Nobody writes them down, therefore they're not rules. And what you were ranting and raving about in the commercial break yesterday, what one of your neighbors was doing was very confusing to Kimmy and I, because this is not only normal, it's completely appropriate. In fact, it's better than what you think it should be. But when it comes to guys of a certain age, they know how things should be in the neighborhood,
Yep.
when things should start, and when things should stop.
Yeah, shut her down.
We're going to get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know what's weird about unwritten rules?
What's that?
Everyone has their own, and no one else knows them because nobody write them down. And that counts extra for unwritten rules in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
Because one man in this room is pissed at someone that lives down the street, was ranting and raving while Kimmy and I stared at him in complete confusion.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, the Aerosmith. Peace out! Farewell tour.
Oh, boy.
Coming with the Black Crowes. They're making a stop at KeyBank Center February 26th. Right now, this is the last ever scheduled show for Aerosmith as a band, period. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. And Jolene.
Don't take my music away, girl.
No, she's going to give you music and Aerosmith tickets because she's got the code word of the day. She's going to give it to you between 10 and 3. Go to WCMF.com, enter for a chance to win a pair. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday, Tommy comes in the room.
Yeah.
Commercial break, and he's ranting, and he's right. I can't believe. So Kimmy and I have to go, what's the matter?
Yeah.
And you start yelling about someone that lives in your neighborhood.
Well, we're getting to that time of the year where yard work's starting to crank back up.
Sure, yeah.
And somebody's running blowers late at night.
When you say blowers, you're not talking about your mom. You can't just serve it up like that.
It's a terrible thing to say about my mother.
Yeah.
May she rest in peace. Yeah, he was blowing late.
So he's got a leaf blower.
Yeah.
So he's making noise with a leaf blower.
Okay, what's late?
It was after 8.
Like, okay.
Pushing 9. That's what
Pushing
happens after
9,
8.
but still in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yes.
All right.
So he's sitting in his chair.
Yeah.
And you can't believe, out there after 8 o'clock, sun's about to go, the sun's going down, and he's blowing his laser.
Yeah. It's too late.
So Kimmy and I
Trying to do the math in our heads, like
Yeah.
why you would be out there, and it kind of made sense, right?
Makes perfect sense.
Come home from work.
You're marching
eat
one
dinner.
leaf down your driveway at 8 o'clock at night.
Okay.
When I'm trying to enjoy a drink and go to bed.
All right, let me ask you this question. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263 if you want to jump in. What is the latest you are okay with blowing or mowing in your neighborhood?
Well, I say it moves with as the season progresses.
How so?
So when sundown happens, you should shut her down.
Sundown is when you should...
Sundown, shut her down.
Okay.
That's the rule of the neighborhood.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
No, it's not.
If it was June, the guy that you're pissed at would be well within his rights based on your rules.
Okay, that's fine. But there's no light.
You could do a 9 p.m. blow.
You already did the joke,
I know,
man.
you paused like you were going to do something.
I can't. You already threw my mom.
That's right. That's right. Look, man, if you're okay with him doing a 9 p.m. blow in late June, there's nothing wrong with
I'm not okay with it.
your rule. Sundown. Better take care.
I personally, once primetime TV starts, you should not be doing.
Oh, was he blowing in 1994?
No, and
was Seinfeld coming on?
No, but like
Primetime TV starts at like 5 o'clock.
Well, for Tommy, it does. All right. The fact of the matter is this. The later, the better for a mow or a blow. Because I don't want that noise going on when I'm eating dinner with my family. Some folks want to eat outside during the summertime. Maybe you're trying to work the grill. The weather was
How about
really
if I want to
nice.
sit outside and have a nice drink at night and a smoke and going on?
Okay, you're upset about outside having noise?
Here's when you do your yard. If you're a working
Specific hours. Okay, go
man.
ahead.
Here's it. Saturday morning after 8.
Okay.
Or Sunday morning after 9.
Okay. We're going to put a pin in what you just said. But
Wait, you'd rather have it that early on
Put a pin. We'll get to that point. I do want to point out that not everybody has Saturdays and Sundays off, so not everybody has the ability to do that.
Okay, how about your Saturday or Sunday you do?
Okay, well, you mean like
So Monday morning?
Monday at 9 o'clock?
Yeah, most people are gone out of the house or at work.
No, that's what I mean. Monday at 9 p.m. when he was doing it, that could be the freedom he has. And what if, even if he has Saturdays or Sundays, what if he's got familial obligation?
Here's the problem with local blowing jackhole in your neighborhood. It gives license to everybody else that wants to do it.
Yeah.
So now everybody's going to be cranking and blowing all over the neighborhood at 9 o'clock at night.
Well, you're talking about a cranking and a blowing. Blowing and a cranking. Bro, between 7 and 9 is the perfect time on a weeknight to mow or blow. Everybody, you're watching TV, you're on your phone, you're doing other stuff that'll drown out that noise. That man was mowing and blowing the exact time he should have.
I ain't for it.
You've already kind of answered the question, and Kimmy asked it, right? So you don't want any mowing or blowing after sundown.
Yeah.
Even though you're not asleep yet, You just want to be able to drink in silence.
But I'm in unwind time. It's Tommy time.
Bro,
what do you do after work?
Yeah, unwind time for you starts at 9:57 a.m. What about the early birds? The earliest someone is allowed to mow or blow on a Saturday or Sunday morning is what?
Well, usually most of those services that come around, they don't start before 9.
Okay. But I'm talking personal.
You should probably adhere to what the professionals do. So I would say 9 o'clock, you're safe.
Okay. And look, before you call the show, I know there are town ordinances. Don't call me up with those. We're not talking, I'm following the law. The town says I can't. We're talking about not being a dick.
Okay, here's a rule you could use. If you're already hearing dogs and kids outside raising hell, then I guess you're firing up your mower because your wild-ass kid is out there screaming and the dog is barking. Once neighborhoods wake up, and you know when they wake up.
No kids outside at 9 in the morning raising hell.
My old-ass neighborhood, I can hear kids at 9
in the morning. You're lying.
Yeah. 9 in the morning.
That does not happen.
You can hear them.
I have never gone outside as a child before. My kids have never gone outside to play
Summertime, they're not up.
9 a.m.?
Not
My
that
kids, they're not awake until 11.
Yeah.
It's their morning cartoon time.
Yeah. They don't have those anymore. It's all educational.
Really?
Now.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Kimmy, what is the earliest you're okay with a mow or a blow in your neighborhood?
Earliest
on a Saturday or Sunday.
On a Saturday or Sunday. I mean, I'm fine with like 9. I think that's a fair time. I feel like kind of before that, you are getting a little too. You're assuming that everybody's cool with it.
The answer is 10 a.m.
10.
The answer is 10
I
a.m.
mean, I'm
Jesus
fine
Christ,
with
man,
10.
I'm gonna be mowing into lunchtime.
If you are mowing or blowing before 10 a.m. on a Saturday or Sunday, you are a dick.
Because if you sit outside before like 9 a.m., it's dead silent probably in your neighborhood, right?
Yes, exactly. Look, there isn't a need to start mowing or blowing before 10 a.m. And if someone in my neighborhood is mowing, that means I now have to mow at that time too. So the least you can do is give me peace and quiet for as long as you can on a weekend before I have to get up and go to work.
So you're basically saying no morning yard work.
Well, no, morning, 10 a.m., 10 in the morning. You got 2 hours of morning. You can't get your yard work done in 2 hours, you bitch? Moving slow?
No,
Turtle-ass, yard-working-ass, east-side-ass bitch?
It's getting hot out.
Shut up.
Sun coming up. You better take care. Blowing around them upstairs.
There you go. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy comes in freaking out yesterday because one of his neighbors was leaf blowing between 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock at night on Monday night. And Kimmy and I were confused because that seems like the perfect time to do it. Tommy says if it's past sundown, you have to stop your mowing and your blowing. Why do they make mowers with lights then, man? Checkmate, bitch.
That's a great question. Oh, because they have plow attachments.
Mm-hmm. The answer is so you can mow after sundown.
Man, if you're mowing with your headlights on, you're a dick.
I got a neighbor that mows with his headlights on.
Really?
He uses blinkers too.
Do they have brights on those?
It's almost like he's just doing it because he wants to wants to use it.
No, this guy takes his lawn very seriously.
Yeah.
He like mows it like 2 or 3 times a week. He like puts the patterns
that's
in
an insane guy too, because we have people in our neighborhood that double mow.
Yeah.
And I go, you got to be kidding me. And I'm not sure if, because my neighborhood is so old, if they're doing it because they're fastidious or they have dementia and they forgot they already mowed.
I think my dad's pretty close to that guy, but he mows more often because he doesn't want to rake.
Okay.
He
The
doesn't
grass,
wanna-
the clippings.
Yeah.
He keeps it tight.
Yeah, he doesn't want to have to clean up like that extra
Yeah.
grass.
No, but like John Deere says, mowing in the dark's okay.
Really?
Well, yeah, because they have the lights on the tractor. So what are you gonna do about it, bitch?
I think that's because they have it on the farm equipment, and guys want to think they're farmers when they're mowing.
No, you wouldn't add to. Okay, maybe you're right. But the fact of the matter
and
is,
they look cool.
it exists. By the way, the early morning mow, which you're okay with, is way worse than the late night mow.
Because I'm a morning guy.
No, but you're less likely to have stuff on in the background in the morning because other people can be sleeping, like when you get up in the house. So if I'm up having breakfast and I'm reading something while I'm, eating my peanut butter toast.
Yeah.
I have wah in my ears the whole time. That makes you a bad person for doing that to me.
It kind of reminds you of summertime, mowing and the fresh cut grass.
No, that sucks, man. That really sucks.
Cup of Folgers.
You know how close some of these windows are to other people's yards in Rochester? Like, you could have a guy literally outside your bedroom window walking around. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, by the way, mowers do have bright lights or brights on them because mine has brights.
And you tested it out.
I had to because I don't want to not finish and then have to go back the next day. It doesn't look good.
Start earlier.
Oh, yeah, when I have to work and then take care of kids. I don't get home from work till 6:30 at night. And then I have to feed the kids, and I have to feed myself. And by the time you get out, it's 8:30.
Preach, Pete.
Why don't you get your wife to feed the kids?
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Bad jokes yesterday, and they continue again today.
Oh, it's this jerk.
Pete. You heard him so bad.
More light Pete.
He was swinging for the fences the rest of the show because you got so deep in his head. So deep in his head, Petey. No, but I mean, Pete makes a great point. Like, not everybody has your wide open schedule, Tommy.
What about the weekends?
What are you so
Made for Michelob and mowing.
Pete, you can attest. How many things does your wife schedule with you and the kids on a Saturday and Sunday that you can't get out of?
Well, usually I'm at my cabin on Saturday and Sunday. So
Oh, my God, you're a hunting dick.
You can't hunt during the summer.
Yeah. What Pete said.
This is a summer deer.
What did you call him? Wildlife expert Tommy Muley over there. He doesn't even know what hunting seasons are.
Tommy Crockett killed him a summer deer.
He's such an expert because he's killing all the animals in the summer and examining them. No one else is out there to get them, Pete. Thanks for the call, bud.
Lord.
Have a good rest of the day. I wanted to ask him, was it a functional brights use or was he just testing out his brights?
He's playing with them. He thinks he's convoy.
You would play with the brights too if you had a tractor with brights on it.
You know what might annoy me more than the time somebody mows is how long they mow. Because I have I live in the city, so nobody's yard is that big. You know what I mean? But I have one neighbor who he'll be out there with this mower for like an hour plus, and I'm like, what else are you mowing? Like I don't know if he's just going over the same spot over and over again, but it drives me nuts because I'm just like, you have to be done by now.
It sounds like you've got pattern guy.
Could
pattern
be.
guy.
Could be.
Guy. Also, he's trimmer, edger guy.
Yeah.
He has all the toys.
Yeah, but you're that guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what are you doing with that voice? Trimmer, edger guy, like me.
But I shut her down early.
Let's be real here.
All right.
Some guys only get up and do this early, the mowing and the blowing, to try and assert neighborhood dominance. Because they think they're a better man than you are.
Well, they're done. They're all buttoned up.
Because they're up at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning doing this. Not only am I up and around earlier, I'm putting work in before you even get out of bed. My day ends before your day starts. And here's the thing. Nobody cares. Nobody's impressed.
Yeah.
Everyone in the neighborhood hates you. We all hate you. Stop getting up at the crack of dawn before 10 o'clock and mowing and blowing. I don't care. I don't care. And your wife hates you too.
I care.
Bro, whatever you
Don't my feelings matter?
No. Whatever you get done at 8 in the morning, you can get done at 10 in the morning. It's the same thing.
I gotta go work around your sleep schedule.
Yes. That's what polite neighbors do.
Oh, excuse me. The prince of the neighborhood is still sleeping.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, how are you, buddy?
How you doing?
Good.
Well, I got two neighbors that are on each side of me that are the most annoying because they're the ones that mow their lawn every other day.
Every other day?
My lawn, yes, every other day. So my lawn is always off because I only do it once a week.
Okay, that's standard, right?
Yeah. I don't know anybody that mows that much. There's nothing to mow.
Both
to
of
Pat's
them do.
point.
And they have the nerve to come up to us and go, well, your lawn's looking a little long. I go, well, I cut it 5 days ago. I don't cut it every other day.
You give him the finger and you walk back in the house. How you like that? All right, there goes Chris. He hung up on us. Let's talk to Phil, and then we'll wrap it up. Hey, Phil, you got the last word on CMF. What do you got?
So when I lived in the city, there was a guy who would mow his lawn at like 10:30 at night, and he'd have one of those, those headlights strapped to his head.
Yeah.
Oh, a headlamp.
As he was mowing. Yeah.
I'd look like a miner coming out of the cave.
Wait, did he have a push mower with a headlamp?
Yes. And
that's
because
hysterical.
he would wait until the grass got super long.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming he probably got something from the city. I don't know, but it was like the grass would get super long, like, ankle height or higher. And then, so he would probably mow his lawn every 3 weeks.
Okay, at 10:30 at
And
night
he'd
with
be
a
out
headlamp
there
on.
like, yeah.
Okay, but that sounds like a guy who's working long hours. Was
That
he
sounds like a
working long
hippie.
hours? Hippie, shut up.
One of these
I-
movements.
Don't know.
Phil, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good right. Whoops,
Yeah,
go ahead.
go.
One more question before we move on.
Yeah.
You got to choose one.
Yeah.
Guy who mows at 6:30 in the morning, guy who mows at 10:30 at night. Which one would you prefer?
I got to go 6:30.
Well, because you're up at 3 in the
Yeah,
morning.
I'm-
Because your soul won't let you sleep. You start remembering things you've done, and you're jolted awake every day at 4 a.m.
I mean, it is
10 at night. That's when
10:30
he's
at night.
starting.
Yeah.
That means he's going into
Yeah.
the midnight hour.
No, he could have a small lawn. He's done by 11.
That's still an hour of mowing,
I'm
man.
still saying the morning one's the worst.
Okay, I'm
Because
with you.
most people are going to be asleep by 11 o'clock at night.
But I'd rather be prevented from sleep than be like woken up to that noise.
Yeah, she's right.
You know.
She's on. We're okay. We're all on the same page. You're wrong about everything in this discussion. All right, everybody at home, we got to move on. I appreciate the call. We were wrong on this, like way wrong.
What happened?
Well, like when this first showed up in a story, a crime story, we laughed that an adult would want to not only steal these and eat these, and we assumed these were for personal consumption. From that moment, we've seen 2 stories like this, and this one is the most egregious theft of these items.
It was bad.
We'll remind you what we're talking about. And if this many men are accused of stealing this over and over and over again, that means a lot of adults are still eating these, which might be worrisome.
All right.
I'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. we can admit when we're wrong.
Okay.
And with this, we were very wrong.
What happened?
Well, a few months ago, we didn't understand why a man would steal this product from a store. A product we hadn't heard about in years. But now it seems these things are gold, and folks are making serious bank off of them. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:45, we're going to put money in your pocket straight up. Because all of us combined are losing $68 million a year doing this.
Ooh.
I'll tell you what it is just after 8:45 here in the break room, 8:50 on CMF. The story comes to us from the Dollar General on Buffalo Road in Chalai. An unknown man in a black hoodie and a green jacket stole an assortment of Slim Jim beef products from the store.
Yeah.
They got it out, took off in a beige sedan with all of their Slim Jim loot. And when the manager did an inventory of what was taken, they determined the thief got away with, you ready for this?
How much?
$110 worth of Slim Jims.
God damn, how much are Slim Jims?
That's what I'm wondering. Is that like 100 Slim Jims?
No.
Are Slim Jims like $7?
I bet you it's
Well,
gone up.
a single Slim Jim?
Yeah,
or
one Slim Jim.
Yeah.
What's one Slim Jim cost? And I know there are different Slim Jim sizes, so maybe this is a
Are
confusing
they
question.
legitimate Slim Jim, like the brand?
It says Slim Jim in the police report.
So, like, looks like you can get a pack of them for like $2. So
Yeah,
I
what
don't know
about that long with that 6 footer looks like a bullwhip?
One large one's about $1.50, $1.25 to $1.50.
That's a whopping ass load of Slim Jims, man.
That's like 100 Slim
That's a Slim
Jims.
Jim workout.
So there have been no
They
arrests.
have one called the Monster Meat Stick.
What man is buying a monster meat stick?
Usually I thought your mom buys that one.
That one's $2.50.
She can make that thing disappear in 2 seconds.
What the F, man?
So salty and greasy.
In this case of the man who stole $100 worth of Slim Jims, $110, there have been no arrests. There are no suspects in custody. Just a man.
Just wait by the hospital if you get some ball. It'll be as strong.
Well, here's the thing. There's a reason we tell you this story.
Right.
A few months ago, we had a story of an older man who was arrested for stealing an entire Slim Jim display from a grocery store.
Yeah.
And we laughed about that story because at the time, we assumed he took all those Slim Jims for himself.
Yeah.
Then we made fun of adults who ate Slim Jims because we didn't think they existed.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got a ton of hate. Lots of grown men who have Slim Jims as part of their regular diet. And a few weeks later, another story of a massive Slim Jim theft at a gas station. And then we have this story today. So, Tommy, based on the evidence we have in front of us, Slim Jims are a hot item to steal. And the chances that these three different men are stealing these Slim Jims
But
for
you're
them
adults stealing this cheap food.
But that's what you're not thinking about here.
What am I not thinking?
The odds that they're stealing these for them to eat, personally consume, are almost zero.
Do you think they're flipping gyms?
They have to be. It's a gym flip.
Yeah. Usually you do that, Saturday night?
Man, you are on fire today. Where the hell are you unloading hot
They gotta be
Slim
eating
Jims?
them.
No, bro, three
They're
guys.
only $1. Like it's not even making money.
3 men in 3 separate locations stealing this much inventory of Slim Jims means it's not for themselves. They're selling them somewhere. They're flipping these Slim Jims.
Flipping Jims.
And that also means there is a large black market of Slim Jims that other grown men and women are buying
eating.
from these people.
Because I don't want to spend that $1. It can't be.
Bro, it has to be.
Because it's so easy. They literally sell them in a convenience store, which means it's convenient.
Right.
I'm going to go out of my way to save 50 cents on a Slim Jim.
So you're telling me
Even that big beef stick.
You're telling me
Meat stick.
Meat stick, excuse me.
You're telling me then it's more likely that 3 separate men in this area
Look, it don't make no sense.
committed 3 separate crimes because they love Slim Jim so much they were willing to risk arrest?
Yes.
No.
But that's so. Let's if he got 100 Slim Jims.
Yeah.
He made if he could sell them all, he's made $50.
$50 he didn't have before. I mean, you're also not considering who may be doing this stuff, right? It could be addicts that are desperate. They could also be selling to like bodegas in the city that are going to mark up the price, right? But like to your point, there are certain items that are likely to be stolen from stores, like laundry detergent, diapers, baby formula.
Yeah.
Those are big targets, but those make sense.
Yeah.
They're all necessities. People will always pay for those. No one needs a Slim Jim. Your baby doesn't need a Slim Jim.
No, you're probably right. It's got to be the most delicious bad food for you.
So what are we missing here? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When and why the hell did Slim Jims become such a hot thieving item?
Yeah.
What's the number one go-to quick store, gas station snack for you guys? Kimmy, go.
Combos.
Oh, right?
Wait, combos?
I love combos,
the
and I
pretzel-
only
the
buy
pretzel
them.
things?
I only buy them at convenience
Those
stores.
are good, but I haven't had a combo in 20 years. I didn't think they still made them.
Yeah, they do.
That's like wolfing down a bag of Bugles.
Bugles is mine. I was going to say Bugles.
They cannot
Bugles
make
is a good
Bugles.
one, too.
I love Bugles because, you put them on your fingers and you eat them like you're
Yeah.
Dracula. Yeah.
You're good with the dip, too, man.
No, you don't dip a Bugle. You let the Bugle speak for itself. The Bugle is perfect on its own.
All right.
Wait, I was unaware, like you said, they still made combos. Combos might be the one food that's worse for you than a Slim Jim.
Yeah, because it's not anything.
Yeah, well, I get the pretzel kind.
It ain't cheese. It ain't a pretzel.
I get the pizza pretzel kind are my favorite.
That's even worse.
Yeah, because it's not.
Probably.
Yeah, it has to be so artificially made.
Yeah, but what else isn't? Or what else? Like, what isn't in a convenience store? If you're looking,
Lay's.
if you're
Straight
looking
up
for
Lay's
a snack,
potato chip.
That's your go-to?
Oh, yeah. A good yellow bag.
Wait, even the plain Lay's?
Yeah.
What a bitch.
What's wrong with plain Lay's?
You can get those anywhere.
Bro, but that's the original chip.
Okay.
Like, that is the original. That's what the GIs ate in World War II.
You don't even want a flavored Lay's? Sour cream and onion?
No, because I'm a dipper.
Okay.
I would get dip. If I'm going to go chip and dip, I'm going Lay's.
No, but we're talking
I let
convenience.
the chip speak for itself.
You should let the chip speak for itself. But if we're talking convenience store, you're not going to dip while you're driving. This
True.
is like something you're grabbing in the car and munching
Well,
on the
you
way
at? I
home.
mean, I would still probably just grab I would grab some form of potato chip.
Plain Lay's. I am disappointed in you.
Right.
Like, you could get anything, and they have all the snacks there.
Oh, you're grabbing combos,
Yeah,
man.
because you can-
Weak ass non-pretzel.
No, I mean, that's at least a unique item.
It's so unique, nobody buys it.
She's getting the pizza combos. And I don't know, we didn't think
Pizza
anyone bought
pretzel
Slim
combos.
Jims.
When's the last time you saw a combos commercial?
You don't need to, because people are buying them at the
They
convenience
sell
store.
themselves?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. We now have 3 men arrested for stealing massive amounts of Slim Jims in 3 separate incidents over the last few months in the greater Rochester area, which means A, these guys are flipping them on the black Slim Jim market. B, Slim Jims are still popular amongst adults. Let's talk to Suzanne. She's on CMF. Hey, Suzanne. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Good. What's up?
So my brain automatically went to the thought that perhaps they are using them. You think about this, the outside is tough, but the inside is soft. I'm thinking more along the lines of something to distribute illegal drugs.
All right. I just want to make sure we're on the same page,
But
Suzanne.
there-
And look, hold on.
All right.
Hold on. There are no stupid ideas in the break room based on everything
She's
you've
really
ever
thinking
said
outside
to
the
me.
box.
It's not stupid, dude. There's
No,
a lot
I'm just
of
trying to
drug
make sure. Hold
trafficking.
on. I'm just trying to make sure we're on the same.
right.
Suzanne,
All
we've got off on the wrong foot, Suzanne. I was defending you.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure we're all together on this, Suzanne. So you think these men stole $100 worth of Slim Jims to cut them open to then put narcotics inside the Slim Jim?
You don't even got to cut them open. You use a tool and shove the pills right down inside.
But why?
Yeah. Right? They're just selling the pills as is.
Because there's no dead giveaway. If somebody caught somebody on a corner handing a guy a Slim Jim, that doesn't look like foul play.
I want you to hold on, Suzanne. I want you to back up and say the sentence you just said one more time out loud for me.
Really? Okay.
Go ahead.
If some person was on a corner and walked past somebody else and hands him a Slim Jim, they are not going to be an object for legal action because there's nothing that looks suspicious about it.
All right, Suzanne, I'm going to say this. I think it would be more suspicious to see a man
There's
handing a
just a straight
Slim
up
Jim on
Slim
a
Jim.
corner than actual drugs.
No.
Yes.
Think about this.
No,
My brain works in weird ways, and I don't know.
I know,
Sometimes it doesn't work at all.
Well, look, there are no wrong answers in the break room.
I think we found one.
I mean, maybe it would work for somebody. Now
This is,
that that's
see,
out
women
there.
can't talk about Slim Jims.
Okay. If we discover, like, this is some sort of...
know what's going to happen out there?
I know it's going to be in the news.
I want you guys to give me a shout-out. 'cause
Well,
We
Suzanne,
absolutely will.
All right, Suzanne, just one more question before I let you go. One more question.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Slim Jims being used as drug couriers before this moment right now?
No, but think about this.
I did.
No, we got it.
No, wait. These guys got to get craftier by the minute.
Okay.
They're getting snatched doing anything and everything. So, okay, you got 3 guys in a matter of a small amount of time stealing Slim Jims, okay? They're not taking them home and eating them or selling them at a convenience store.
Okay.
They are doing something. Think about it. They're
All
doing
right.
something illegal.
She's
To
trying to
risk
think of a
themselves-
purpose for the Slim Jims other than eating them.
See, here we're playing chess. Suzanne's playing checkers.
Slim Jim checker.
Suzanne, great theory. I really appreciate
It
it.
doesn't say go the other way.
Yeah.
Yep, it does. But that's why we're not bright enough to do the Slim Jim logic that Suzanne. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Of
course.
Suzanne seems like a sweet woman. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'll give her credit. She thought it through.
I mean, she did have
Yeah,
stats
she
to
came-
back up
she
her
came
Slim
with a
Jim
plan.
theory. She did.
But this is why women can't talk about Slim Jim.
Shut up, potato chip boy.
Women don't eat Slim Jim.
You don't eat snacks. You
I
have
did.
all the world's snacks at your fingertips. You have plain potato
I will
chips.
say this. When I was a fat boy, I ate everything, right?
Okay, well, think back to your fat boy self.
But I never knew a fat girl. Even the fat girls I knew ate Slim Jim.
Do women eat Slim Jims?
They don't.
When's the last time
I've
you
never
had
been a Slim Jim person, but
No woman. You don't. You listen. You knew some West Side fatties. And
man?
you knew West Side fatties. And you never saw West Side fatty eating a Slim Jim.
There have to be women if they're.
Yeah.
It's not a female snack.
What is a female snack?
Potato chips.
Potato chips is a female snack?
Combos. Something normal.
Combos. I would not have thought of combos as a female snack.
But like spicy meat stick, I don't think is on a chick's radar.
There is no such thing as a male snack versus
Yes,
a female
there
snack.
is.
No,
no,
that's
everybody enjoys snacks.
candy. Is that a male snack or a female snack?
Depending on what kind of candy you're talking
Snickers bar,
about. Snicker bar, I would say more guy.
gummies.
Gummy girl.
Oh, you just pissed
Why?
off a lot of dudes, bro.
No, girls
a lot
like
of dudes
gummies.
who eat those white and blue sharks that you get in the plastic container from the
Little
gas
soft
station.
Yeah,
fat
because
boy.
you know women don't like chocolate.
The women like chocolate. I can give you that.
You just said they're gummy people.
Well, he asked me.
I said Snickers bar, and you went men.
Yeah.
I don't think they like the nutty, hard, like gnarly looking bar.
What is?
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
I think they like.
I don't know anybody that doesn't like a Snickers bar.
Let me ask you this. No, we're gonna go male versus female snack.
All right.
Hostess wrapped up snack cake, male or female?
Which one is that? The long one?
Well, there's a bunch of them. Let's go with
You
the.
have to describe it to him because he doesn't know what you're talking
Let's
Like
go
a
with
little Debbie?
or Hostess, which is also a brand that makes them.
I'm gonna go. That's a dude. Small cake dude.
What?
Yeah.
Ladies be loving cake, man. That was my favorite rapper
No-
from
no.
the early '90s. LL
Cake?
Cool Cake.
Ladies like cake on a plate. Guys like hand cake. Wrapped up hand cake for man. Plated cake for the ladies. Because ladies like their desserts, but they like them on a plate.
Shut up! What are you talking about? All right.
Well, if she's getting a little daddy dessert,
So hand cakes
then
for
she'll take it in the hand.
hand cakes for dudes, plate cakes for ladies.
Yes.
Is what you just said into
Yeah.
a microphone.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Kimmy, would you think Hostess cupcake dude or female snack?
I think of it more as a young person snack.
Okay.
But I think I don't know because like sometimes you just get like cravings and you're like, give me a Hostess.
Pink snowballs.
Coconut.
Lady color guy cake.
I don't know a lot of guys that like coconut.
I love coconut.
Do you?
I love
Yeah, I like
Some,
that.
I know
coconut.
people that hate it.
Anything with coconut on it, I will eat it.
Yeah. I'm a coconut man.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. This whole story started with another man arrested for stealing a massive amount of Slim Jims, $110 worth from the Dollar General on Buffalo Road in Chili. It's the third man we've had steal a massive amount of Slim Jims from a store in the last couple of months. We laughed at this in the first story. People got mad at us because we said no adults eat Slim Jims anymore. But it does seem, based on what we know about crime, and you know us, we know a lot, that these men are stealing them to flip them.
Yeah.
So Suzanne had the theory that they are using the Slim Jims to jam them with drugs.
Yeah, mule drugs to somebody.
Yep, so they could stand on corners and do Slim Jim sales and not look suspicious.
Not at all.
Let's talk to Chris. He's on CMF. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm very upset now because your previous caller just has ruined my Slim Jim drug business. I'm not too happy. I don't know how I'm going to get my ecstasy to everybody. So I'm very upset. Tell her I'm not happy with her. Have a great day, guys.
All right, Chris, thank you, buddy. There goes Chris. He's very upset with Suzanne for blowing his Slim Jim spot. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
We're gonna save everybody money.
Nice.
Right now, I'm gonna save you money. I'm gonna save you money. I'm gonna save me money. Everybody listening.
I'm tapped out.
Because as Americans, we throw away $68 million in this every year.
What are we throwing away?
I'm going to tell you, here's the thing. You don't even need to exchange this for money. If you stop doing this, the money stays in your pocket.
Okay.
We'll tell you what it is next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. $68 million a year ends up in the trash this
What
week.
is it?
One simple change, literally.
Is it hard, though?
No, it's the easiest thing you'll do ever.
Done.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Americans throw away $68 million in change every year.
Oh, spare change.
Spare change. $68 million.
Damn.
Nationwide of our money goes into the garbage. Now, by the way, fun fact, dumps have realized this, like
Yeah.
people at process, so they now have machines that will separate the coins so they can keep it themselves.
Bam, look
so
at
they're
that.
actually making money on the money that we're throwing away. So I know that both of you are coin chuckers. That statement that $68 million in change gets thrown away is making a lot of people listening to this show freak out because they are coin savers. Now that you know that much money is being chucked in the garbage, are you going to start saving your change?
I don't think so. I mean, I know I got like change laying all over the place, like in the car, in the house. I'd have to what do we do with it?
Put it in like a jar until you get a lot of change.
And then what?
And you
Then
can
you
put in
take
those
it
Coinstar things.
or to the bank and you take
I'm going
it.
to the bank with a jar of coins like I'm 8.
You got to roll it.
There's my coins. Give me $7. I got to go get some black market Slim Jims.
No, but like eventually, there's drugs in there. Be careful. Eventually, you would get enough change where you'd have like $100.
$100
Like-
change. That's a good payoff in 35 years.
Bro, you're making this noise like you couldn't desperately use $100.
Everybody could use it, but I'm not going to earn it and work for it.
But you're not working for it. You just take it out of your pocket and putting it somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't do that stuff.
Kimmy, are you a coin chucker?
I don't throw it away. It just to Tommy's point, it's just in like various places. I don't have like one central place where I put all my change.
And I don't get a lot of change anymore because I don't pay with
Yeah.
cash.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
years ago, you used to get so like you clean your car out and you'd have all this change laying around. I bet you there isn't $2 in my car.
Okay.
If I had you have kids, I would just give the change to your kids,
Yeah.
let them save it up. Like I think parents sometimes
Tooth
are
fairy
shocked
crap.
after a few years how much money in coins your kid has. Like I remember when my parents were. I think this is when they were moving out of our house. They'd found this collection of quarters that my brother had like in his closet in his room. He had like hundreds of dollars worth of quarters sitting in his closet just because as a kid he was like, yeah, I like the different quarters.
Did your dad keep that or did you give it to your brother?
I have no idea.
He cashed
kept
it
it.
out,
He
man. He
absolutely
cashed
kept
that
it.
out, baby.
Can I go back to something you just said?
What's that?
Keeping the change for the kids' tooth fairy. You know the tooth fairy brings $5 to $10
Yeah,
per tooth now.
It's paper money now.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
$10 a tooth?
Depends.
How many teeth they lose?
All of them?
How many teeth you got?
Like 20.
God damn, man. That's
Yeah,
like college tooth.
I don't know how many college tooth.
Man, that's crazy.
No, it was the smartest of the dinosaurs back in the day. College tooth. No, I just find it weird that, like, I'm looking you in the face and I'm telling you how much money we throw away. And by the way, that's just an estimation. It could be more.
Yeah.
That money could be used to in exchange for goods and services.
Really?
And you're like, nah, not worth emptying my pocket when I walk in the door.
Plus, I also got to go to the bank, and I haven't been to the. I only go to the bank when absolutely necessary now because I just don't need to.
I was going to say, you almost said I don't go to the bank. You go to the bank
Yes,
5
you do.
times the amount of times I go to the bank.
Well, I got accounts there.
Excuse me.
Accounts.
Tommy Wall Street.
Plural.
I got hundreds to move around. But you know, I wouldn't. So that means I got to go inside because you can't do it through the window. I can't put a mayonnaise jar in that little drawer
Well, no,
thing.
you have to roll your coins to exchange them at the
But
bank.
I'm out. What's this Coinstar?
Yeah, take it to Coinstar.
Yeah, it's
What's that
just
thing
a-
at Wegmans?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it takes like what, 5% or something?
something.
Okay, I used
Does
that
take
like
percentage.
years ago.
Yeah.
Like 20 years ago, I did
And?
Coinstar.
Okay.
Yeah, and they whack you.
Yeah, but it's money you wouldn't have had in the first place.
All right. I ain't doing it.
Doesn't work for you.
I'll give it to the grandkids.
No, you
Here's,
won't.
here's a
take this
Ziploc bag of
penny.
money.
By the way, yeah, don't give 3-4-year-old kids coins. They're going to swallow them.
All right. What if I roll them?
Buy them
I'm
a
not
piggy
doing
bank.
Then they're going to put them in their fist and
Ooh.
punch you in the face.
Piggy bank.
Do they still have piggy banks? My kids never had a piggy
Yeah, they
bank.
have cool ones now. I have a young family member who has like this one that looks like a vault, and you need like a password to get into it.
Oh.
It's pretty sweet.
I was going to get the old style, the actual pig.
But then you got to smash it to get the money.
Yeah, it's fun for the kid.
Yeah, except if you grow attached to the thing that's been in your room for years.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you want money, kid? Smash the pig.
252 WCMF. Americans throw away $68 million in coins every year. It's gotten to the point where it's so common that dumps, garbage processing plants,
Wow.
have developed machines to get the money out of it so they can keep it. Despite that, Tommy's like, nah. Let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. So I would imagine that Tommy's piggy bank would be like Elmer Fudd, right, with a gun he can't buy. At any rate, it goes deeper than that. Some of these coins are really worth some money. For stupid reasons, I've seen these things, double or shadow stamped where they've got like a shadow to the letters or the numbers. And I worked with a guy a while back. He had a $20 bill that the way the number was sequenced and it ended in a 0001. Sold this thing on eBay for $300. A $20 bill just because of the number.
All right, so Tommy's making a face. If you're watching the live stream, he is not impressed. Why are you not impressed by what?
Because, Rambo, you're around my age, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever scored a really valuable coin?
Yes.
How much?
I mean, valuable. Well, $600.
You got $600 for a penny.
Well, yeah.
Or did you get $600 because you had $600 worth of change?
No, I actually probably in my jar only have a couple $100. But I mean, it's like you take the time to go through it. I've seen some auctions, some posts, some coin collectors that are showing, these dollars.
I'm never going to hit on high-end quarter.
Well, you never know. Hey, Rambo, I'm going to take some more calls, but thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day.
I'm never going to hit.
Look, I'm looking at the most valuable coins in circulation right now, like ones you can just come across every day. If you have a quarter from between 1932 and 1964, it's made out of silver. That's worth more. Those will still be around.
I heard it's almost a quarter.
But how much? Worth how much?
It ain't much. Like $1.
It'll give you the value of the silver.
Oh.
And silver's low. It's like $10 for like 1,000 pounds of silver.
What?
When you hear that ad,
that's not true.
When you hear that ad,
100% not true.
I will tell you right now.
You're saying that it's $10 for 1,000 pounds of silver.
When you hear that ad, and they always go, if you buy X amount of gold, we'll give you this silver, which tells me silver you can wipe with.
The 2005 Kansas State quarter was an error. It says, "In God we rust, not in God we trust" on it.
Oh. Okay.
So those are worth approximately $100. And the Wisconsin State quarter with an extra leaf, which is also still in circulation, is worth approximately $300.
All right, but those are super rare, and you'd have to examine every quarter to find those flaws.
Yeah.
Who's doing that, man? You got a bag of
I guess if
quarters.
you know what to look for, maybe you look for it every time you get a quarter.
You have to get one of those jeweler monocles and hold it up and look at it like you're at Men's Jewelers.
Or just read Trust.
Oh, my God, man, I think I got $100 here, Ma.
Which is, so what's that, like 20,000 pounds of silver?
Yes. Silver ain't crap.
So 1 pound of silver is worth about $275.
You're an idiot. 10 pounds of silver. I don't even know what you
1
said.
pound of silver.
Pound of silver.
No, you said 1,000 pounds of silver is worth $10. Is that what you said?
Something like
Okay.
that. They give it to you.
Mike's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Mikey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy. Hey, talk about the granddaughter saving money, giving the money to the grandkids.
Yeah.
My granddaughter, which I've been raising for 5 years, has been saving money to go to Florida. She's saved up over $200. And she's down in Florida now with her grandmother.
Wait, with $200?
No, besides my wife, paying and everything going down.
Yeah, but it's $200 she didn't have before, Tommy.
Right.
Yeah.
But also, I have a 1942 Walking Liberty $50 that I found doing a remodeling job, which I got to go get it appraised to see what it may be worth.
Hold on.
How did you know what to look for?
Well, I found I was doing some remodeling.
Hey, you found it at your house?
No, yeah.
On a job?
I found it on a job.
And you stole it from somebody else's property.
What? No, it's
This is a goddamn coin thief, and his daughter is running illegal coins in South Florida with her grandmama at Hooters. I broke that case.
Okay, Tommy. Okay.
Slow down.
Hey, Rod.
Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. You broke Mike's heart. He was all excited.
Life broke Mike's heart, man.
He wanted to tell you all about his coin collection and his granddaughter. Oh, is that cool?
I found this on site, which means it ain't mine.
Let's take a break. There are people that save and there are people that just chuck everything away.
Yeah,
and that's not just with money. That's with other things in their life. Tuesday, we had our Where They Wine, and it was a good one. But in an effort for one of our listeners trying to explain why we were wrong about our picks.
Yeah.
He made a statement.
What did he say?
Look, West Siders, when you hear the statement that he made, you may be upset.
Oh.
As upset as I was, my knee-jerk reaction was to be pissed.
Yeah, but
Could also think of a lot of examples that prove his point.
He might be right.
Yeah.
He might be right. Because when it comes to thrift stores,
yeah.
they're dealt with differently on each side of the river.
Of course.
No, but not the way you think. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's spring. It's spring cleaning time.
Yeah.
Get rid of all that clutter, tossing it out, or even better, donate what you don't need.
Yes.
But there is a theory that has been floated out here in the break room.
What's that?
One part of the greater Rochester area won't be going to Goodwill or the Salvation Army or AmVets to drop off their things. Because this person says where you live determines whether or not you donate what you don't need.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can catch Jolene.
Jolene, don't take my music away.
No, she got it for you. In fact, in 45 minutes, she'll be on the air till 3 o'clock. She's here every weekday. But you want to listen especially today and tomorrow because she's got your Aerosmith code word of the day.
Bless her heart.
They are coming with the Black Crowes, February 26, 2025 to the Key Bank Center. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. It is their last ever scheduled show as a band. She's going to give you that code word today and tomorrow. You're going to get that code word. You're going to enter it at WCMF.com for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the show. Best of luck with Jolene from 10 to 3 here in the break room on CMF. We had a great Where They Whinin' on Tuesday. If you missed it, you can go back and check it out at WCMF.com. A woman from Webster was looking to make a knockoff Stanley mug for her young kids.
Oh, that cheap woman.
But in this post from the Neighborhood app, she mentioned how these mugs were just a fad.
Yeah.
And she had said, I'm paraphrasing, that they're all going to end up in a donation pile soon when nobody wants them. One man from Twitter used that as a clue to narrow down where this post was coming from and tell Tommy and I why we were wrong. And I will read you the tweet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Quote, Duffy and Tommy missed the biggest clue. She said donation pile. West Siders don't donate. They're hoarders and pack rats. Plus, they don't even itemize like East Siders do because they don't need to donate for the write-off.
Okay.
Kimmy, do we have a name on that tweet? Because you sent me just the tweet.
It was.
Take your time. I just want to give the man credit. We got time. This tweet, wildly insulting to the people of Gates, Greece, Chi-Li, and Hilton. And he might be right.
Yeah. I mean, did your parents ever? No, they took donations, so no.
It was at Cruiser 10.
All right, Cruiser 10?
Yep.
No, that's just it. I thought about...
Hey, all that stuff your dad could have donated, he just put on the side of the house.
No. Boats, snowmobiles, busted RVs.
Yeah.
Every article of clothing. 252 WCMF. Do West Siders not donate to thrift stores? Because my knee-jerk reaction was to call this guy a dick. But then when I thought about it, there was not a single time I remember as a kid my mother dropping off stuff to be done. Not a single time.
Well, here's the way you can figure it out. Because figure out how many donation centers are on the west side compared to the east side.
Well, no, the bins are everywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
they are?
they're everywhere.
And they have the thrift stores where you can drop stuff off. Like,
and I'm assuming like that even the thrift stores probably, move around stuff based on what needs more. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
You don't think?
I don't know because there is something you may notice depending on the thrift store you go to. Because here's the thing. When I was a kid, we went to the thrift store all the time.
Yeah.
We would buy stuff from the thrift store all the time. Never do I remember giving them a thing.
Taking a bag.
Yeah, like, I don't like the way you're looking at me right now.
What did I do?
No, you're sitting here smug. Like, yeah, of course. This isn't even, I can't believe it's news. The West Siders giving stuff away.
No, but he's right. Rich people, they write their taxes off. They donate. They got nice stuff to donate. They don't use it. I always figure, like, West Side people wear things out. Like, they will just use it till there's nothing left in it.
No, I think that they value that thing so much that they want to hold on to it forever. Like, to this point, it's not so much that I don't think that West Siders don't want to donate, but I do know a lot of people, and especially, like, parents I'm thinking of kids growing up, like, they just held on to everything.
Like that
they had a harder time.
Plate.
They had a harder time parting ways with things.
Here's why. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A blue-collar mentality keeps you from getting rid of stuff.
Yeah, don't throw it out. You're going to need it.
That stuff costs you money.
Mm-hmm.
Money equals the time you spent at your job.
It's like new.
Exactly. Everything you get rid of, it's like throwing your time away. So you want to hold on to that thing forever. Not to mention, how do you know, Kimmy, you're not going to need that thing down the road? You don't want to have to buy it twice because now I'm wasting double the amount of time it took to get it. How do I know also that thing won't be worth something in 20, 30 years?
I love that analogy, too.
What?
People think everything they own is going to be worth something.
There are lots of people on the West Side who are making money on their old record collection, vintage clothes they never threw out, and vintage cookware that all of a sudden skyrocketed in value. If you have that stuff in your garage or your basement right now, you look like a genius.
Yeah, but it's got to be mint.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be mint.
Nobody wants your batched up bell bottoms from 1982, Tina.
He's got batched up bell bottoms is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
She's got batched up bell bottoms, son. You don't want to know what she did in that parking lot on a Sunday after church.
It's a wordy country song.
She got church stains on her bell bottoms.
For God's sakes, man.
Explain that one to your pastor.
I don't know anybody growing up on the West Side that didn't have West Side grandparents that weren't like borderline hoarders. Like they had way too much stuff for their house.
Yeah. Look, I mean, you're describing the house I grew up in.
Bulging at the seams.
You're describing my grandmother's house who lived in Greece. You're describing my grandfather's trailer who lived in Brockport.
Did that exist on the East Side too, or is that just like a?
That's a West Side thing.
Okay, shut up. You don't even know about the East Side,
That's an
man.
old country. We just got here. Don't trust nobody. Yeah, it's that mentality.
You're Sicilian.
Listen, my former, well, he was my father-in-law, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
He would get pissed off anytime I bought anything.
Why?
Why you buy that? I got 4 hoses at the house. He'd give you a rake with a nail in it that he like fixed. Like he like old shovels. Like he had
Like how many shovels does one person need, kind of thing?
Tony had too many shovels for one man.
No, there's no such thing as too many shovels for one man. Like your garage is supposed to be full of stuff you don't need in case the thing that works stops working. Yes. In which case you use
had it all.
But you use the backup and then you fix the thing that stopped working.
Yeah.
Man, you're such a wasteful, spoiled rich kid, man. Seriously.
Oh, look at you.
What?
You don't do nothing.
What do you mean I don't do nothing? I still save everything.
But you never use it.
Doesn't matter. What if I need to use it? Bro, the amount of tools I have in my, like not tools, but like shovels, rakes, snow shovels. I have 2 broken snow shovels that I will not throw away.
Why? They're broken. They don't work.
So my favorite shovel has a crack in it, but it's still usable. So I use it. And then the other ones
You're not even Sicilian.
Bro, it's not about ethnicity.
It kind of is.
Well, okay. It's about how you came up money-wise. But, I mean, West Side-wise...
appreciate a dollar.
On the West Side, you do have a lot of folks that came to this country.
Poor.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they had nothing.
I think that does get passed down. Like, you need to... My grandmother, saved tinfoil. She cooked with the fat,
I
saved the
never
fat.
got, man.
What are you talking about?
Saving the foil.
Well, there was a war thing back in the day.
Yeah, I get it, man. We won. Okay? Hitler's dead. All the B-25s are in mothballs. You can say, like, my mother would lay that. My mother had money, right? But she was from Auburn poor, right?
Yeah.
She would almost like dry clean that stuff with her hands. It would be like so smoothed out. There wouldn't be a wrinkle in it.
It never leaves you. It never leaves
And
you.
I know people who have even, cleaned out homes of relatives that had way too much stuff and swore to themselves, I will never, I won't be that person, that have slowly turned into that person.
My great-grandfather, his garage was full of Coca-Cola glass bottles from the 1950s that he was saving in case he needed them in the late 90s.
Think of what that is worth today.
You're not kidding. And I'm sure they just got chucked away when he didn't die until he was like 99. My great-grandmother made it to like 104.
You could have cleaned up, bro.
Yeah.
You could have made hundreds.
Well, what? But that's hundreds I wouldn't have had.
All in bottles.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. A tweet regarding our Where They Whinin' earlier this week. It was a woman who didn't want to buy a Stanley mug for her kids because they were too expensive. She said they're going to end up in thrift stores in a little while anyway. And a tweet narrowing down where this guy thought it was, quote, Duffy and Tommy missed the biggest clue. She said donation pile. Westsiders don't donate. They are hoarders. They're pack rats. Plus, they don't even itemize. Even the way he wrote that, they don't even itemize.
Yeah, they don't do the taxes like that.
Like Eastsiders do because they don't need to donate for the write-off. Kimmy, you said something earlier that you believe these thrift stores spread where the merchandise is needed, like the donations.
Well, I
to
just
different
figure
stores?
like if there's one store like running low on a certain, on certain things, maybe they shift it around a little bit. Or if one is just like overwhelmed with donations, do they start to haul those donations to other places?
I don't think that's the case because this might be what we're talking about here, why East Side thrift stores seem to have better selections than the ones on the West Side. That Goodwill and Victor is a gem.
It is. You said you get high-end stuff.
They have a boutique select section of name brands inside the thrift store. And Westsiders, if you are going to get rid of stuff that you have, you're more apt to give it to people you know.
Yeah, you give it to a neighbor, something like that.
Exactly. For example, if you have kids and they grew out of their clothes, you bag them up and you give them to a family member or a friend.
I
right?
remember this happening growing up.
So you had the same experience.
I looked forward to it.
Yes.
The hand-me-down.
Yeah. There was a family we knew when I was a kid. I think they had 6 boys, the Foltz family. And Mrs. Foltz would load up multiple garbage
good
bags.
stuff in there.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
It was the only Nike name brand sports stuff I got when I was a kid. And I don't know if we would have made it without the Foltzes. I loved getting those bags. Loved it.
It'd be weird though, because the kid that was in it.
Yeah, he was actually the youngest. Foltz brother was younger than me.
Yeah,
we
but
played baseball together.
Wasn't that weird? Like you're wearing his jeans.
Never thought. Wearing Todd's jeans.
You're wearing Foltzies.
I'm wearing Todd Foltz's jeans, and I'm proud of it.
Because you get Foltzy, you're gonna get Foltzy's funk all over your mung sack.
Hey, let me tell you something, man. I was happy to have Foltz funk all over me. That's how we did it back in Gates.
And we got by.
I don't understand. It's those little joys, Kimmy, that I don't know.
They're the little joys you get when you don't have any joy in your life.
For God's sakes, man.
Because you're wearing Foltz's funky jeans.
But it was also it always came from the older kids in the neighborhood who you already looked up to as a little kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they were already cool to you, and now you get their cool stuff.
Right.
No, she's right. She's absolutely right. I mean, Kimmy, think back to being a kid, and that garbage bag walked through your door, and you knew you were about to take 10. It always came in a garbage bag.
It sounds so third world.
You were going to spend the next 10 minutes ripping through those clothes to find the stuff that you thought was cool.
Yeah, and you had to pick through it before it went to another kid in the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Because it made its rounds.
Yep.
And by the way, you didn't grow up in squalor.
It was just a thing. I don't know.
Your parents had good jobs. Your old man saved bank.
Yeah, but this was stuff that your parents sometimes wouldn't buy you. And again, it was just
But
coming
your dad
from...
cared about you. He loved you, man.
Yeah, but my dad was also cheap. Think about that, too.
Maybe it is a West Side thing. I mean, look, when you live around something that is common...
I've never experienced any of this.
Yeah,
I didn't even have hand-me-downs from my brothers and sisters because they were so much older than me.
Yeah, but eventually, well, you was going to say
they would
eventually
just
you're
get
going to
rid of
grow,
it.
but
Right.
it didn't happen.
Right.
No, he's actually wearing his brother's baptismal pants right now. So everything you got was brand new when you were a kid.
Yeah, we always shopped. But Sears and Penny's and stuff like that. Just regular stores.
It's not. I didn't even get to shop in those stores.
Wait, your mother couldn't afford Penny's?
No.
It's called Penny's. Literally, you can't get any cheaper coin on the logo.
And we could have shopped at Penny.
Yeah.
But that didn't exist.
No kidding.
No, man.
You didn't go to Sears?
No.
I mean, those are the two standard back to school stuff.
No, okay. I remember going into Macy's because I got
Macy's is how I am.
No, but they had zone jeans in Macy's.
Yeah.
It was the lowest end big leg jeans you could buy. But I told you, the crotch would blow out in 2 weeks because my sweaty thighs would get to the seams and then I would squat down and it was all over. It was all over for those jeans. No, but it was thrift stores. It was Walmart. And then if a store was having a massive sale, we would go shop there.
Yeah,
Sears.
I've always worn retail and no sibling clothes and no neighborhood clothes.
You sound like such a bitch when you put it
I
that
can't
way.
believe you didn't even get the sibling hand-me-downs.
I was too. They were so much older than me.
Yeah, but they could
I
have
know,
saved
but
them.
yeah, I would think they'd save them for that reason,
Bro, my brothers go up in the 50s. I'm gonna walk around looking like Sha-Na-Na, like Minnie Bowser.
What are you right now? What are you right now?
I love how, and you as a 10-year-old kid cared about dressing for the decade you were in.
I was always a pretty sharp-dressed kid.
Yeah, I believe that. Everyone's crazy
Well,
about
we
a
know you
sharp-dressed
had-
kid. That sounds weird when you say it out loud.
Yeah.
We do know you had 4 tailored suits.
Yes.
I can't even. All right. I don't mean to bring this conversation down.
Here we go. It goes some more tales of squalor.
No, I'm just saying it blows my mind as a child to be able to walk into a mall, point at something, say, I want that, and your parents just got it for you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the way it works.
And here's the thing, man. Again, to prove that it's something that you never get rid of. My wife grew up in a trailer.
Yeah, she
right?
grew up tough.
Yeah, she came out. I love how it's tough. Me, it's squalor.
Well, because she's smart. She applied herself. She saw this situation and said, I want to better myself.
And I'm stuck
Your
here.
family didn't get the message. You all live a half a block from each other.
My wife was gifted through family, her side of the family. She had a friend that worked at Ralph Lauren. Is that how you say
Wait,
it?
the designer?
Yeah. And they had these sample baby clothes, little dresses. So they gave them to my wife. And my daughter wore them one time.
Mm-hmm.
My wife has 5 of them.
Yeah.
And she is saving them to give them to my daughters when they have kids.
Cute. Well, but that's a tradition.
Oh, it's a tradition?
And that's Ralph Lauren.
So my wife got free clothes handed to her from a friend. And instead of giving them to somebody else or donating them, she's saving them to give to my daughters.
This isn't the Tubby Magoo line of pennies that your mother had to squeeze your fat ass into when you weren't doing your homework, unless it was buried in snacks.
You are such a coward-ass bitch. You killed me for 15 minutes for the exact same thing my wife did. I was, oh, you know what? No, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Oh, son. Oh, by the way, as we talk about, again, West Siders not donating to thrift stores, giving it to your friends if you're getting rid of it. Another thing has popped up within the last 20 years.
What's that?
That has taken away from the thrift store donation. Stores like Plato's Closet, where you can trade your clothes for store credit or just get straight up cash.
Yeah.
And that goes a long way. As opposed to just like dropping it off in a bin.
It does, but I do think a lot of people show up with like non-name brand stuff thinking they're going to make a bunch of money. You know what I mean? I mean, they look for specific like quality things. And I think some people bring stuff in that has like stains on it and stuff. And they're like, yeah, we're good. We're going to pass on that.
Yep. My daughter, thank God, my daughters love Plato's Closet. There's one in Henrietta in Southtown Plaza, and they want to go there all the time.
Nice.
So you say bank.
Yeah, they love the thrift store too because all the vintage stuff. Like my kids being in this generation with my kids is the greatest money saver of all time. Thrift store stuff, cool. Let's go. All right. So the moral of the story is, just because you're not donating doesn't mean you don't care.
Right.
And holding on to stuff is not always the worst idea.
Yeah, it saves you money. And then it's like a little gift you get of old stuff.
Much like our listeners get when Tommy opens his mouth every day. A gift of old stuff. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we already started.
You've been bitching all day. Like
Y'all
bitch.
been
You're
bitching.
just bitching. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And it's hard to argue that this woman is a bad mom.
Oh.
She's a bad mom.
Okay.
However, with the technology that exists today and the technology that she was using while she was gone, maybe this is what the future of being a parent looks like.
Oh, so she was ahead of the game.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, she was too far away to do anything if something went wrong.
Yeah.
But she was never out of contact with her children.
All right.
It's just the age of the children that's a problem. And we'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on CMF. No one's going to defend this mother. But I think it's fair to ask, with the technology that this woman used to keep an eye on the kids that she left and where she went, wait till you hear.
Okay.
This could be the future of what a good parent looks like.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
If you were listening earlier, we made fun of Tommy's shoes that he's wearing. If you're not watching on the live stream, and boy, do I encourage you to check it out on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. They are platform.
They're not platform.
A little bit.
Bro, there's
Got
3
some cushion
inches.
on 'em.
There's 3
That's
inches.
not
of cushion.
3 inches.
That is, no, I know 3 inches, bro. That's 3 inches. Platform maroon bowling shoes. And Tommy was trying to tell us how cool they were.
Yeah.
And Kimmy, you missed it about an hour ago.
Yeah.
It's the funniest thing that happened all day.
Oh, no.
Your shoes are cool. Check them out. He's walking up the stairs. He tripped over them.
Well, you didn't break them in yet.
I'm not used to the thick sole.
He did the old man. I thought it wasn't a platform. He did the old man thing. He sounded like a.
I caught it.
He sounded like a samurai. You got to really hurt someone in this room. Something along the lines
I'm
of.
Fat Duffy. I'm a hand-me-down little boy, but I was so fat I couldn't get the hand-me-downs because I ate too much ham. I was a ham-eating, non-hand-me-down, fitting and squeezing into my hand-me-down little pants.
By the way, Mr. and Mrs. Foltz, if you're still listening, I'm sorry I stepped in your bitch. If you're still listening, I will still take your boys' clothes if they've grown out of them.
They got to be in hand-me-down heaven.
Deliver them to my house, and I'll rip through that garbage bag. We take all your bitch voices, run them back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
My wife.
You puss-ass, coward ass.
You got to back her up.
Yeah. I will. Nice.
But as soon as I have a chance to do something about it, I won't do it because I'm scared than Jackson ass little bitch.
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm Mr. Cool with my phone, man. Talk all you want next to me at the table. You even take it to the bathroom. I'll be peeing and talking on the phone because I'm a peeing and talking little phone holding little bitch.
You know, I read a book and stuff, but we have headphones.
I'm Jackson. I'm a reader. We can't.
Situation. I don't want to get somebody to get mad, so I'm going to say alcohol because I'm a scared ass of my wife, little bitch ass bitch. Bitch.
I'm Pat Duffy. I got my little Red Wing sweater on today because apparently it's Cobb salad night at the old ballpark. Come on out, have some Cobb salad, enjoy the old ball game with emaciated boys from the Red Wings. Because I'm just an emaciated Cobb salad eating little bitch.
Okay. I have multiple campers and I replace them.
Don't all rednecks have multiple campers?
Listen.
He's got insurance he pays for.
Workplace Fight Club because I won last one day because literally everybody I work with would punch me in the face at some point in the day because I'm a non-one to get punched, little bitch ass bitch.
And that concludes another rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
All right, this is a story that made national news. It comes out of Texas.
What happened?
In early April, sheriff's deputies were called to a luxury high-rise apartment after some tenants in the building said they believed a 6- and 8-year-old had been left alone in one of the units.
Oh, 6 and 8?
6 and 8 years old. So the police show up. They find the kids, and they are alone in this apartment. They say the apartment was in complete disarray. There was trash all over the place, leftover food all over the place. They started talking to neighbors, and they said the children's mother left the apartment complex with luggage around noon on April 4th.
Wait, she wasn't at work?
I don't know, unless she works at the luggage factory, and she took some of her work home with her. The children told the deputies that their mother had left to go on vacation on a cruise. They also told the police they were not sure when she would return.
Like, did they even know, like, did the woman just split?
She told the kids, I'm going on a cruise.
She took a break.
Yep. Didn't say when she'd be back.
Oh, my God.
Now, according to police, the woman, who did not get home until April 10th.
Whenever they...
6 days. April 4th to April 10th, these 6 and 8-year-olds were left alone in this apartment.
So how long were the kids, like, by themselves compared to, like, when the cops picked them up?
So it says April 4th she left. It doesn't say when. I'm sorry.
I wonder how long they were in the apartment before somebody realized.
April 9th.
Oh,
April
okay.
9th. So they were alone 5 days before somebody realized the kids were alone.
God.
But apparently...
6-year-old.
The woman had cameras inside the apartment,
All right.
and one of the kids had a phone in which way she could communicate with them.
All right.
Now, when she got back April 10th, she was arrested the next day, charged with child endangerment. And nobody is here to argue that this mother is a good mother.
Right.
Leaving a 6 and 8-year-old home alone to go on a
Going
cruise.
on vacation.
She went on a cruise.
Oh, that's the
gotta
worst
be
part.
That's the ultimate. I am so selfish.
Yeah, because
Seriously.
it's not like something you had to go
No.
do. It's not like you left him home while you went to work, or you just took care of an obligation of some sort.
What makes it even worse is, I mean, if something were to go wrong, you're not only states away, you're in the middle of the...
You can't do anything.
Exactly. There's nothing you can do to get back. Now, this woman is in serious trouble. We'll see how this all works out. However, I will ask this question.
Okay.
The technology there,
Yeah.
if she was closer, allows her to keep an eye on her children. You have a camera inside the house so you see what's going on at all times. Even if they're goofing around, you can talk through the camera and be like, hey,
All right.
hey,
All right.
cut it out.
There's communication there.
Yes, you know what's going on. I mean, that's probably more attention you'd be paying your kids than if you were actually in the house and doing something in the other room.
But
Cruise, take that out of it.
all right.
Are we at a point soon where parents will feel comfortable leaving kids that young alone because you have the ability to actually watch them?
Yeah, but what happens if something goes south though? And
Right.
it gets in. They get in over their heads, and you're not there.
You're right. That is a potential issue.
That's the problem.
But if I'm not that far away, let's say that I'm going to go shopping. I'm going to go to the grocery store.
Right.
Because no one would want to leave their 6 and 8-year-old alone right now to go to the grocery store. But I have the ability to watch them on camera, and one of them has a phone. Would you judge a mom for that?
Well, they'd have to rewrite the laws then, probably.
No, they wouldn't, because there is no rock solid
As
age.
we found out,
Yes.
yeah, there's no like specific line.
I would be nervous to have a 6-year-old in the house by themselves. Just if they got a hold of a knife, they cut themselves, horsing around.
Well, you make a no knife rule, obviously.
Does that stick? If you just put no knives?
Well, no, if you put the knife in the wrong place, it will stick.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to get that out.
I would be afraid.
So you're saying no.
Yeah.
But is that with your old man brain that can't understand the modern technology that exists today? And I'm asking as a friend.
Yeah. Yes. I would say, because kids are, how kids are.
Oh, I do. I wouldn't
Yeah,
want to
think
do
of the power that goes to the oldest child's head
Oh,
when
yeah.
they think they're in charge.
Little Putins.
You have to do what I say now.
What you call little Putin?
Every kid turns into a little Putin or little Kim. At one time, he was the older sibling. That's how he became leader of Korea.
No, his older brother was the one that was killed because he tried to go to Disneyland in China.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
No, I did not know.
Yeah, he's not the oldest.
Oh.
He's just the one with the biggest guns, buddy. No, but I mean, you bring up the fact that the oldest child would have all of the power. That's a valid point. But I also think that's a 10, 15, 20 year ago thought, because if I have the ability to see and hear everything that's happening, I'm going to know what a dick you're being if you're 8-year-old Putin.
I mean,
I
it
don't know
does
if
make
my
it.
mom watching, though, would have kept me from being a dick.
But I can come home and punish you.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess like you're saying, it frees you up to run errands and do stuff without, like you're saying, have to load everybody up and load everybody into the store and everything else. You leave them home.
I'm not suggesting this is a good idea. What I'm asking is, technology changes the way we live our lives on a regular basis. And
I think for parents, I guess it frees you up a little bit, right?
I don't know.
Quick errand, not to worry about it. Like, think about when your kids were both in those car seats.
Mm-hmm.
How long would it take you to load them in those cars?
Oh, we talked about this the other day.
It's
It was
misery.
a 10-minute process.
I just
10-minute
watched
in
my
and out.
stepson do it. I go, you got to be kidding me, man.
How they haven't come up with an easier car seat to put your kid in. And I get, it protects him in case of an accident. Great.
Blah, blah, blah.
I got things to do, man. I got places to go. And they got a winter coat on. So this is going to be an impossibility. It's like a Rubik's Cube with that effing thing.
Now leave them at home.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this mother from Texas. She went on a cruise, a 6-day cruise, leaving her 6 and 8-year-old alone in a luxury apartment in Houston. When neighbors realized they were there by themselves, 5 days after mom had left, police showed up. The kids told the police, their mother left with luggage, didn't say when she was going to be back, but she had a camera inside the apartment, and one of the kids had a phone to stay in contact with her. When she got back 6 days later, she was arrested the next day, charged with child endangerment. Police did say there was trash and leftover food all over the apartment. They also said it smelled of urine.
Ew.
Oh, the poor kids, man.
Can I just say one thing? One thing. Now, I feel for the kids. I do.
Yes.
6 and 8, you know where the toilet is.
All right.
Does that mean the kids were just taking whizzes all over
Unless
the
they
apartment?
had like a cat or something. I don't know.
That is weird. But
No, I'm just saying. Look, I get
yeah,
it.
you know how to go to the bathroom.
I get it. Like, it might be funny to pee on the couch, but that's more of a kid issue than a mom issue.
All right. But by the way, though, she's on a cruise.
Yeah.
Right? And I know she's got cameras. She's drinking her ass off.
Oh yeah, yeah. Of
So
course.
is it like you're like on a doing something where
Attentive.
you're partying?
Like I said,
Like you're dying to get on a cruise that bad, you are going full throttle mama.
Like I said, Full Throttle Mama is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
She's a full throttle mama.
It's like Otis Redding because he died before sitting on the dock.
Yeah.
You could have just started whistling.
I can't whistle well.
You can't whistle?
Not really. No, I can't.
Wow.
What a bitch.
Why is that?
You did Scottish Ben earlier and you can't whistle?
Right? What can you do? Sometimes I can't rhyme.
No, but back to your point.
Right.
I'm not arguing she's a good mom. She's a terrible mother. I'm
Yeah.
just suggesting that down the road, it is weird though, like with technology getting better to protect our kids and keep an eye on them and everything, it seems parents do go in the opposite direction. Even though I can watch my child via camera and literally track them with their phone or like an AirPod or what do they call those, AirTags?
AirTag thing, yeah.
We see, kids 20 years ago were allowed to stay home younger alone than they are now, it feels like. Parents are
Maybe.
more paranoid.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what the answer to this question is.
He's probably going to get younger with the technology.
But it should have been younger now. We have more technology now than we did when I was 10. And I wasn't going to leave my kid alone at 8, 9, 10 years old.
True.
We come back,
right?
Wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next in the break room on CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Audio Thursday Rapperoo, buddy.
For Thursday Break Room CMF. That makes tomorrow Friday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. But we still have things to deal with today.
Hey, what?
Well, Jolene,
don't take that music away, girl.
She's coming up at 10 o'clock between 10 and 3. And you want to listen to Jolene.
Sure do.
Well, the Aerosmith Peace Out Farewell Tour with the Black Crowes making a stop at KeyBank Center February 26th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Today and tomorrow, she will have your Aerosmith code word of the day. She's going to give you that word. You're going to take that word, go to WCMF.com, enter it for your chance to win a pair of tickets. This is the last ever scheduled show for Aerosmith. As of right now, it's the last show they will ever do as a band.
History.
Yeah. Straight up, uncut.
Rock history.
History. Also tomorrow in the break room.
Wait, there's more?
Okay, I told you guys my daughter, my oldest, she's in D.C. right now on a class trip.
Yeah,
Big old middle school trip.
You got it.
That's
And
like a major milestone.
It
for
is. I'm super
kid.
jealous.
Yeah.
Super jealous.
You never made the cut. I never made the cut.
No, we went to the Dolomite Pit in Gates. I'm not making that up.
The D.C. of pits. I'll tell you what, D.C.'s quite a pit.
Those clouds in Washington. A bunch of clouds. I'm learning a lot about my wife and what the future's going to look like as my girls start to get older.
Yeah.
And it's not good.
Yep.
Because, like, you know, as your kid gets older, you have to start granting them a little bit of independence.
Yeah.
And it's hard. It's hard to know when that independence should show up. It's hard to let go.
But moms don't know when to not over mom.
You don't know the half of it, broseph.
I'm sure. And it gets worse. The over momming?
I don't think it could get worse than this because my daughter has been tagged.
Oh. Like,
As
they
if
do
she,
it
and
down?
I kind of
Yeah.
figured she was already, in all honesty.
No, but like
This is a different level.
No, because there's tons of adults there that she knows.
Yeah.
That are there to
Yeah, chaperones,
Yeah, like you know, as a school does,
Yeah.
as they've done every year.
They usually bring them all back.
They usually have it down to a science.
Yeah.
But apparently that wasn't good enough for my
No.
wife, and it's not just that, man. It's not just that. We'll get into it tomorrow in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who will take all your garbage bag clothes hand-me-downs.
Yeah, let me search through those things.
Would you still do
Some
it today?
good stuff in there.
She is doing it today. You don't think that neighborhood
I
clothes?
love a good thrift pile because there's going to be at least one gem in there.
She's wearing neighborhood clothes.
Guaranteed. Neighborhood clothes. I'll take neighborhood clothes.
No, you can't, man. You're grown ass.
No, why would
grown
you?
ass wear
People-
neighborhood clothes?
Grown people thrift.
No,
Same
but
thing.
Can you imagine, like, you seen your neighbor in your wife's jeans?
I saw my neighbor in my wife's jeans is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
She was wearing my wife's jeans. I took a look anyway. I know it's a sin.
For Talia, who we found out today can't whistle like a bitch.
I can't.
Okay.
I never could.
Look, it makes you a bitch. It's all right. You're a bitch. What are you going to do? My name's Pat Duffy. Not a bitch. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. The break room on 96.5 WCMF.